side, we sons and daughters, we set forth for no king's orders, but we'll sail together. Hold fast, tides are turning, flames roar, fires are burning, we'll all be returning if we sail together. Shall Chance, losing the horse, build up the seas, set the serpent sunlight, define the heights, behold your sight for those windmills, let them run again, 'cause I will fight, let it be the cold rain, be it battle I cannot survive. Spirit come from the tide. Every morning, every night, my fate confide. Beyond our years upon the bridge across the stranger line. Those devils never break out of their great disguise. So I will fight another soul. Another falsely fight. Those rambling words they pressed upon my soul. Every inch I marched towards the fatal side. Against the winds, against the lights, I shall conquer that. 'Cause when you stop to dream, your whole heart gives into life.
Good morning! Hello! Wow, it's all going on! Live letter tomorrow, and the WoW raid has finally been announced. But before that,
All might not be able to see a lot going to day one of an Indian wedding. My nephew so kinda need to be involved. Got a full suit and everything.
oh, we need to see a pic suited and booted. We need to see a pic suited and booted. So it's only just been revealed to me right now is that the ability to label people in the chat has become to exist, depending on their tendencies. Yeah. And this has been put into a test phase. And depending on which emotes you may or may not have been using, you get a label to go with your name. So that the mods can easily detect what kind of person you are. Now, you might wonder, how would you test such a system to see if it works or not? Well, it's been tested on you lot. It's been tested on you lot. I'm not going to say which emote you might have spammed to earn this label. But, many of you now has this label. Why am I included? I don't know, actually. I don't know what requirements were put in. This is just, I don't have access to this great technology yet. This is some, our wonderful Edrum has just shared. And, yeah, what's mine? I don't know. I've got even worse news, man. I fucked up as a father. I've raised a roach. My kid is a fucking roach. He's one of the most disgusting roaches that I've ever seen in my life, man. He's a super roach. I'm so disappointed. When I witnessed it happen before my eyes, he roached out on me so quickly. He begged me to play more Terraria with him. He was like, please, Daddy, can we play some more Terraria? And I'm like, all right, we can play some Terraria. No problem. We can play some Terraria. So we're playing some Terraria. We're down in the mushroom. Shut up, Buttsface. We're down in a cave near the mushroom biome. And we're digging it out because we found some platinum. And a zombie is walking above us. And it's going to drop down. That motherfucker Hearthstone before it hit the floor. He literally, as it was mid-air, I heard, psh, and he was gone. He was fucking gone. And I'm like, what the hell? And he went, it was going to kill me. And I'm like, it's a basic enemy. We could kill it in 2 hits. I built him like a good sword. And he fucking roached out and he went, no, I didn't want to lose my money. I didn't want to lose my money. You can roach out too. He didn't say roach, but I'm like, son, what you just did is called roaching. You roached me. You roached me so hard. I killed it in 2 hits. And I'm like, well, I'm still down here. And then he died 4 times trying to get back to me and then shouted at me for being a bad teammate. For not helping him get down there. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? He's like, I can't get back to you now. And I'm like, what? Why? He's like, because his enemy's in the way. Like, I can't get there. It's so true. He's like, you're just being a bad teammate. You're supposed to come and help me. I was like, well, you didn't need to leave in the... Oh, my God. Like, absolutely pissed me off as something rotten. Pissed me right off. Either way, it's finally happened.
Frankly, that's
what are we looking at here? Let me check the Wowhead. Is it? Have we got video? What do we got? The new raid is here. Where are we going? Let me go to the Wowhead. The Ghosts of Karesh. All right, we got a video. The Ghosts of Karesh. It looks very purple, very midnighty. Ooh. It looks very midnighty. Okay. It looks purple. Looks very, very purple. So if it's purpley and midnighty, this is the last raid of the expansion. Okay, we can gather that. Oh, it's a sit down. Oh, here we go. Looks like Tazavesh. Worms. Checkers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome
Hi,
to
Bethany.
Wildfest. Today, we're going to talk about the next major content update, Ghosts of Karesh. To help us uncover what's in store, I'm joined by 2 developers who helped bring Karesh to life. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Drew D'Souza, and I'm a lead encounter
What up,
designer.
Drew?
I'm Steph Yoon. I'm an associate lead quest designer, and I was also the point on this content.
First things first, what is Karesh and why now?
So Koresh isn't a new term to us. You know, way back in Burning Crusade, we
Oh,
first heard about
shit. Has anybody ever heard of Koresh before? We first heard about them when we met the Ethereals in Netherstorm. I don't know. Sure.
them when we met the Ethereals in Netherstorm. And, you know, they
I was
told us
definitely
tales
paying attention
of
to the story
Koresh,
back then.
A beautiful
100%.
arid homeworld
I was
for
invested.
the Ethereals until Dimensius the All-Devouring came
I've killed
and
him.
consumed their world soul.
I
So
think.
we helped the Ethereals get revenge
Isn't he
in
one of the
Netherstorm,
dungeons?
and we thought the matter was finished. And for the first time here in Ghosts of Koresh, we'll be stepping foot on what's remaining of that planet.
Ooh, we're going
this
space!
shattered, void-touched land. Because we've heard that evil forces are trying to resurrect Dimensius the All-Devouring. And if that happens, the Ethereals are toast. And then Azeroth will be next.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good for us. So,
Bullshit. We're
who's
always
gonna
going to
help us
win.
try to stop
We're
Dimensius?
psychopaths.
You know, with a threat like this, it's all hands on deck. Within the last major content update, Illyria sort of took a step back and undermined.
She
But
did.
she'll be here front and center with her old mentor, Locust Walker, as he brings us to his old home planet. And the eager players among us will
Bro,
have
it is really not overstated enough how much attacking Azeroth or threatening Azeroth in any way is just a bad idea. It is the murder hobo capital of the universe. It is such a stupid idea to come anywhere near Azeroth. We are literally like the most fucking guerrilla warfare motherfuckers. Anytime, if there's nobody attacking anything on Azeroth, we just kill each other. Relentlessly. It is a bloodbath down here. Do you think these pandas sitting on this bench are having a good time? No, that guy is drinking to depression because some fucking rogue murdered his whole family. Why? I don't know. See what it drops. Do you know what I mean? Just fucking butchered that guy's wife, his kids, his fucking dog, his cat, his budgie. Everything was taken from him. Fuck Cho. Like everything in World of Warcraft, there is nothing more dangerous than everything that's around you. Everything must burn.
I've
always.
already gone through the content.
That's
in
why
Legacy of
Sylvanas is my
Erethdor,
queen. Burn
where
that
there is
fucker.
a feature called Lore Walking, which gives hints to sort of the content that's coming up here in Ghosts of Koresh. In there, we learned that Venari and the brokers are interested in helping. Not only that,
fuck
they
that.
brought their entire city, Tazavesh, the
Oh!
Veiled Market, from the Shadowlands.
All right. First of all, I didn't mean to pause it when it says Shadowlands. I apologize for anybody I might have upset. Call your therapist. It's going to be okay. Are they actually going to do something good with Tazavesh? Because the dungeon was great, but they had nowhere near enough secrets and shit in it. Nowhere near enough secrets and stuff like that. That thing should have been wacky. Do you reckon they're going to do something funky with Tazavesh? There should have been some really wacky shit you could do inside Tazavesh. That would have been dope. Shadowlands are back, baby. Watch the video. Fuck you. I want the theories. Oh, you've all seen it.
And placed
Nerds.
it here right in Koresh. So we'll be able to use that as a home base.
Oh, we Dalrand
We're
it.
going to
Okay.
gather as much help as we can so that we can face Dimensius in the raid Manaforge Omega.
I'm excited.
Manaforge Omega. Omega mentioned. FF14 crossover confirmed. Omega mentioned. Manaforge Omega. Oh, are we Omega lulling already? Okay. Let me message Scripe. Scripe. Dear Scripe. I have just seen the name of the new raid. Work must begin immediately on an Omega lull display for the raid. There we go. Sorted.
Excited to see Venari. I know a lot of other people are too. You mentioned the raid. Can you tell us more about that, Drew?
Absolutely, there's a lot to talk about. So our raid in Ghosts of Koresh is Manaforge Omega. It's a
Okay.
giant facility that's been built up on the planet to harvest cosmic
looks like
energy.
Tempest Keep.
We're going to be fighting our way in and through it to take on Shadowguard's Ethereals, who are trying to revive Dimensius.
Uh-oh. Oh no. He's coming back, isn't he? It's Zymox round 3. It's happening again. Oh no. Oh no. It's happening again.
While we're in there, we'll face down with an army of ethereals still being wrapped, the creature they're harvesting silk from, and even a mysterious council of demon hunters that have found their way onto Koresh. Oh, and of course, it's going to end with
Demon
a
Hunter
cosmic level
Council.
battle with Demencius, who is the biggest raid boss we've ever made.
Now that looks like a proper raid boss. Okay. Okay, that looks very Guild Wars FF14. He's a big old boy. Okay, okay. We're starting to put some scale in. I've only been asking for that for 12 years. Okay, good. We haven't had something like this for a while.
How big are we talking?
Like City of Stormwind sized?
City of Stormwind sized. Interesting. Are we going to divide the raid? City of Stormwind sized raid boss. He's huge. Yeah, how are we going to mechanically make this work? This makes me concerned about their animations and things like that, but I have to imagine we've got to probably go inside him, not in a non-consensual way. If he's City of Stormwind sized, I could see various phases taking part on different elements of the body. Interesting. I like the concept, but I should not legendary ring myself because we might get gallywixed. He's City of Stormwind sized, but he's only got one mechanic, and it's a soak. And that's it.
What?
Yeah.
Do you have any examples of boss mechanics in the raid?
One thing I think is
Bethany.
really cool is actually our intro. Like I mentioned, this is a giant like mana intake facility, and we're actually going to come in through the pipe where they've taken the mana.
We're coming in through the pipe.
We're actually going to utilize a artifact cloak we're introducing in Ghost of Koresh, the Reshi Wraps, to turn ourselves into energy and trick the filtration system. So our first boss encounter is against a warden that's overlooking these pipes, and we're going to need to go in and out of energy forms to survive.
I'm excited for my druid to have another artifact. So let's break down Reshi Wraps. What's the fantasy behind it?
Reshi Wraps.
We wanted to give the players an upgradable artifact that
Dude, the idea of like a legendary cloak is fucking sick. I can't believe they haven't thought of it till now. Clever.
had a visible component for transmogs, of course, because that's the true endgame of WoW, but didn't interfere with any tier sets. So the Reshi Wraps are an artifact cloak that helps us turn our bodies from corporeal into an energy form. You know, a very powerful person within the campaign helps us gather these ethereal artifacts and coalesces them into the Reshi Wraps. And it turns our bodies into energy form and basically allows us to see the world through the ethereal.
I could definitely see some good mechanical usage of this, having to change into ethereal form to either fight an ethereal version of the boss or to traverse mechanics. Very similar to what we would do in like an FF14 dungeon, you know, stepping on things, becoming ghost form, swapping backwards and forwards. Yeah, I could see this. Ultraxian style. Yeah, something like that. Sentry, Ultraxian, or perhaps passing through some sort of barrier to get inside the boss. I like the idea of messing around with energy, which is non-interactable with the mortal side. We could see a Halion style mechanic where we have to divide the raid between different forms and maybe swap in and out. Cool, cool. A lot of creative opportunities with this. I like it.
Eyes. With this, we'll be able to interface with an outdoor activity called Phasediving, which allows us to enter untethered space,
okay, so
which
there we
is
go.
an entirely different way to look at Koresh. It's an overlay that introduces new creatures, new objectives, new world quests, you know, new mechanics. And the cool thing about the Reshi Wraps, it sort of interfaces with so much content across Ghost of Koresh.
It's not, man. This is a good door to do a load of different stuff. Depends how they use it, always. You can do a lot of cool shit with this.
Seeing the world in the eyes of ethereal sounds really, really cool. You mentioned delves. What is the new delve coming to Ghost of Koresh?
So we have a new delve coming in Ghost of Koresh, and this is called the Archival Assault. It takes place in the Azure Vaults and Dragon Isles. You might be familiar with that place, but this time it's chock full of ethereals, ethereal pirates, some brokers, and they're plundering the place, and we're going to put a stop to that with our buddy Bran. You'll be able to take advantage of your Reshi Wrap to unlock.
How do you feel about using some old dungeons for delve purposes? I think that's a good source of creating regular delve content rather than having to, you know, design entirely brand new areas. I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with that. I like it for delve purposes. It's not like, here's a new dungeon and we're doing, you know, fucking Ragefire Chasm, Mythic Plus or whatever. If it's for delves, which is something that's very quick and easy to do, utilizing old dungeon environments for that, I think is okay. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, you can't make investing in brand new assets all the time for lower level content. I don't think it's worthwhile, especially when you've got such a dearth of content like WoW has over the last 20 years. When we're making a new zone, I don't like it, and I've commented that in the past, where it's like, this is just reused shit from the past. But for something like Delves, which is just, you know, farmable, spammy content, I'm fine with that.
Unique challenge gateways. They might have boss rushes or unique challenge rooms and need the cloak to access them. Additionally, we're doing a little bit of a social feature in here where...
Well, I don't know about that. Mm-mm. A social feature. I don't know about that, dude. I'm starting to... My heart rate's fucking spiking.
Where you'll be able to see your friend's presence. They might be able to leave you messages.
We're Dark Soulsing? Okay. Finger butthole? Any finger buttholers? We're Dark Soulsing. All right. Yeah, we're Dark Soulsing. Okay. Like, please tell me, if they're not utilizing predetermined words for this, then they've missed a trick. By miles. If there's not just a pre-selected amount of words that you have to string together into a sentence, they have absolutely missed the whole point of doing this kind of thing. It's so funny. It's so funny, and it's just the creativity is through the charts. They need a pre-selected number of words that you can put in there.
You see their ghost running around where they died, maybe.
What? So I can make fun of my friend dying in a certain place.
And speaking of dying, let's talk about our nemesis for this season.
Okay.
You might be familiar with her. Her name is Nexus Princess Kyveza. You have unfinished business with her in Erebor. She's got a whole new bag of tricks for you. She's not going to hold back this time, and it's a 1v1 scenario, so buckle up.
That's so exciting. I loved her fight.
Thought experiment. Do you think a lot of players would gain a lot of confidence for raiding if they had delve versions of the raid bosses? Not the story mode shit where they don't do anything, right? Story mode doesn't do anything. If they had delve versions of the raid bosses that do the mechanics, but you get like vuln stacks or whatever, right? I mean, they're obviously, clearly they're borrowing a lot from 14 here, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. Before anybody gets all fucking, I'm sending you an email to preachdoesn'tgiveashit at gmail.com. Something like that, where the nemesises or something like that could be introduced to give you an idea of it. I think the barrier is social rather than mechanical. Yeah, try to look at a non-mythic perspective. Like, mythic is a whole different animal altogether. One of the most common things that I had over the years, obviously I don't do it as much anymore, but the feedback I had from a lot of people was just absolute, I guess that is social, fear of fucking up in front of other people. Which is one of the reasons people don't like doing multiplayer content in MMOs, especially one as, like, performance-driven as World of Warcraft. Is it's not the case that I don't think I can do it. It's if I do it wrong, I don't want to be, like, pointed at and laughed at by some fat English cunt and told I'm bad. Yeah, this is me. Yeah, it's one of the chief driving forces is the fear of fucking up. Why don't video companies, sorry, what was that? Keep doing this fake-ass conversation representing patches and stuff? It's the same reason we did our visit to Blizzard. It's to this connects more with the viewer than just a trailer. Especially if they're answering questions you might have. It's a good middle ground. Like, I spoke to Bethany before she started doing this show, the Wowcast thing, so she messaged me to talk about how to present this show. So maybe I've got a bias here because we talked a lot about like what the style of the show should be, how to ask those questions and feel as natural as possible, even though they're obviously curated. I much prefer this. It was our big, it's your fault. This is way better than just getting a trailer. I think so anyway. It was why we did what we did when we visited Blizzard. Our big point of why we did that is like, it needs to be a sit down conversation like two human beings instead of the overly polished Michael Bay shit that you keep producing, where you're all sat around in some fucking random room and there's swooping boom cameras and lens flare coming over Holly's shoulder or whatever. It's like, it looks ridiculous. It looks like a Nintendo advert. I way prefer this.
In Nerebar Palace, and so I was always wondering where she vanished off to, because you don't actually defeat.
I did not help design WoWcast. That's not what I'm saying. Me and Bethany just spoke about what the presentation style should be because she's hosting. That's it. That's it. All right? She'd not done it before. She wanted to talk about this presentation style. I did not design WoWcast. We just talked about what it's like to chit-chat with developers, especially because developers aren't, like, their trade skill is developing games. It's not being on camera and trying to chit-chat. So the point of the host is to make them feel comfortable enough to open up and talk.
Her. Let's head back to the outdoor world. What can we do on Koresh?
Yeah, there's two major systems. You know, the first one is called Ecological Succession.
I hope there's a currency.
The ethereals for the first time in Netherstorm, the two things that I noticed were their energy forms and their really cool ecodomes, right? These systems that allowed them to create biomes inside that didn't match what was outside. And here, basically, you'll be helping run one. Venaria is trying to bring life back to those shredded parts of Koresh. And with that, she needs your help to fill it with animals and creatures that really thrive in the Koresh ecosystem. What this means is that she'll ask you to go back to previous zones, get animals, and experiment and see if they can survive in the Koresh ecosystem.
We're to go and collect animals and see if they die. Okay. The new system is to go collect animals around Azeroth and see if they die. We watched this awesome movie called Project X and took a lot of inspiration from that. It's going to be so good, dude. I hope one of the experiments is like, let's try this shampoo on this fucking monkey from Tanan Jungle and see what happens. Let's just like start putting all these products all over them and see what happens. You know, they're okay.
And then release them to create a thriving ecology. Think of it as like a void Jurassic Park, where you're just sort of like trying to make sure that this beautiful place can thrive.
There is no fucking way they're going to let any of these animals die. Like, they're too cute, right? This is clearly to get pets and shit. Do you think they would have the stones for you to go and get some cute-ass fucking animal from the Barrens or whatever and give it a name? Oh, they should go all in. You can rename them, right? I can call it Betsy, the fucking deer or whatever, and it dies, and you turn up, and it's just a fucking skeleton, like a rotten animal on the floor. You're like, oh, shit, yeah, your experiment failed. There's no way they would have the stones, the fucking stones to let that happen. But I would be down for it. Like, you fucked up badly and now everything's dead. You introduce some, you put a lion in there and it just ate everything. What a stupid thing to do. You put a dinosaur in there and it just monstered all your animals. It killed all your kittens or whatever. Like a Tamagotchi, they die when you unsub. Oh, that would be cruel. They die when you unsub. Yes. If your subscription lapses for a minute, even if you're playing and you get that message that says your subs run out and you immediately pay for it again, all your animals are wiped out immediately.
The other feature I want to talk about is Phasediving. I already mentioned it a little bit when I was talking about the Reshi wraps, but it's basically an overlay across all of Koresh where you get to switch to energy form and enter untethered space to access a whole slew of new content. You can expect to see anything that you normally see in the outdoors, you know, treasures, rares, lore objects, all that. But there's also things that are unique specifically to Phasediving.
You know what's interesting? It's just occurred to me. I don't think anyone gives a fuck that goblin cars aren't carrying on. That's interesting, don't you think? I don't think anyone gives a fuck. I don't think anybody cares. Like, yeah, that's... car's cool, but I don't think anybody ever expected it to get outside of Undermine, but I imagine people don't really care. I like drive. Fuck the goblin. Wasn't that great? The end of car is borrowed horsepower. Yeah, I don't think anybody really cares.
The features that I can talk about here is called Once, where you're going to be helping the Constable of Tazavesh hunt down notorious monsters.
I am looking forward to also building my own ecosystem. That sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Anything with animals, you got me sold.
They're going to die,
Earlier
Bethany.
we spoke about the new raid. What else
Gonna
is
die
coming
horrible,
to season 3?
painful death.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about here.
All right,
first
hit me
off,
up,
we
buddy.
have a new dungeon coming with Ghosts of Koresh. It's called Aldani. It's very important to the Ethereals. It's a 3-boss dungeon. We're going to be fighting through Devourers, invading one of these places, eating some of the wildlife Steph talked about earlier. That's bad. We're also going to be fighting off a force of Wastelanders that have taken over this place. We're going to fight our way through and figure out why they want this place. One more note with this dungeon is it'll be immediately available on normal, heroic, and baseline mythic with the update on Ghosts of Koresh.
I think the really cool thing about Aldani too is that the canonical route that the storyline takes place is the campaign, the raid, and then Aldani. And that's not a thing that we do often, you know? So I'm really looking forward to seeing how people react to this cadence.
Badly.
So what are
They'll
the
call it
dungeons
time
in the dungeon
game, even
pool?
if it's 10 minutes
Oh
long.
yeah, let's dive into that as well. Let's talk about the returning ones first. So we're going to head back to Revendreth
we're going back
and
to
visit our
Revendreth,
friends,
eh?
the Venthyr and the Halls of Atonement. The next
I
two,
liked
like
Halls of
Steph
Atonement.
mentioned, Tazvesh is coming back, so we said Tazvesh should come back.
Of course.
That was a mega dungeon when it was first introduced, so we're going to break it in 2 pieces, of course.
I like the
We're going to have
Revendreth dungeon.
Tazvesh Streets of Wonder, where we're actually fighting
I
through
didn't
the
like it when they
markets and
changed them
bazaars
first
and
giant
streets of
enemies so you couldn't
Tazvesh,
outrage
chasing
them
down
anymore.
Salia. And then we'll have the second half, which is Salia's Gambit, where we're chasing through portals and eventually having our final
Those
showdown.
fucking Murlocs.
Tazvesh will also be returning as a mega dungeon experience in Ghosts of Koresh. Starting with Season 3, you'll be able to play it in hard mode as the baseline mythic difficulty. It'll have increased challenges, hard mode mechanics, and really awesome rewards. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, we also
Interesting.
had a community vote for the last 4. What were the winners?
Yeah, it was really cool to see what players' favorite dungeons were in the War Within, and the 4 that players chose were Operation Floodgate from Season 2, going back to punch some goblins, Priory of the Sacred Flame, just awesome
Not a
Hollow
fan
Fall
of that one.
vibes throughout. And then we're going to round that out with 2 dungeons from Season 1 of the War Within, Arakara, City of Echoes, and the Dawnbreaker. Just quick note
Yeah, I
for
wasn't a
Season
huge
1
fan of
dungeons,
Priory. It
we
was
are
beautiful
going to take a pass,
inside,
on
but
the
gameplay-wise,
visuals,
wasn't a big fan.
the combat pacing.
Has anyone ever said their favorite dungeon was the flying one? I can't remember the fucking name now. It was the other Hollowfall one with on the fucking boats. Dawnbreaker. Yeah. Nobody ever said that was my absolute favorite dungeon. Literally no one. Like, it was a cool concept, but God, that got old really quick. Do you remember when it was bugged on the alpha? Some of you will remember, and it just fucking murdered you when the last boss started. It just murdered you in midair. Taliesin likes it. Okay.
The cast times, the number of abilities
Got
even,
my eye
to
on
make
you,
sure
Nick.
they're aligned with Season 2 dungeons.
Are there any other important notes for players to know about for Season 3?
Actually, not directly Season 3 related, but on the day of the update for Ghosts of Koresh, you're going to have access to non-bountiful delves and all Season 3 dungeons for heroic and mythic, baseline mythic difficulties. That
Baseline
means there will be
mythic. Yeah.
Season 3 tuning in there, but also Season 3 rewards. You can get yourself a head start. Of course, Mythic Plus and the raid will open the following week, but you should have plenty to sink your teeth into on day 1. And oh yeah, one more thing. We've heard feedback for a long time now about how dungeon checkpointing works, especially in like Mythic Keystones where your timer's ticking down and whatnot. We're going to revisit our philosophy there on how long a run back is and when they unlock, and we actually want to visualize some of this in game through what we're calling waystones. So as you unlock checkpoints, you'll have an icon on your map, and you'll also have these.
We are playing WoW, right? This isn't FF. Just double checking. We are playing WoW right now, right? This isn't FF. I just want to make sure that we're on the right game at this point. Yeah, we're getting fucking proper checkpoints. Okay, all right. Hey, I'm happy. This is all good stuff, man. This is all grass is greener stuff. Happy days. Happy fucking days, dude. Hey, WoW plays best when it steals shit and does it better. Always been the case since 2004.
Stones that warp in and show you if I release, this is where I'm coming back. I don't want people asking that question anymore.
I do not want people asking me. Shut the fuck up. That's what I want you to do. I want you to shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I like that. I like this guy. What's it called? Drew? I want to meet Drew. Drew's awesome. Shut the fuck up.
That is so exciting because I can't remember for the life of me every checkpoint in a dungeon, so thank you guys. And what about class sets?
Yeah, there's new set bonuses to talk about as well. And
All right, let's make a judgment call here. Snap decision making. Bad, 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 bad. 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 Good. Good. That's what I'm going for. I like this one. Is this Warlock? Looks like Warlock. This one looks like it's pretty good, but it's on a gobbo, so it looks kind of shit. The head looks really squashed in. It looks like you got bonked on the head with a hammer on the Paladin set. It looks like your neck is completely smushed. Oh, you can't see it. Is my fat head in the way? There you go, I'm gone. Yeah, the Goblin one looks okay. But if it was bigger. Pally's far left. Oh, that's Pally. What is this, Warrior? Ew. No, it's even worse now. I can forgive some. I can forgive some flamingo on the Pallies. Yeah, look at the neck. I know it's because of the large shoulders, but doesn't it look weird? This one's not bad. I assume this is Druid? Druid or Hunter? I think that's the best. I think this Warlock one is the best. But then again, everything looks good on an undead male, man. Everything looks good on an undead male. I think that set is badass, though. Simplistic, a little bit of spikiness going on. Yeah, I'm down with that. I don't really think... I'm sorry if you play one. I'm not sorry, because you made a bad call, and you can change it. Human male mages are universally terrible. They just look horrific in all cases. Human male mages are like, you fucked up. You really did. You fucked up. You fucked up if you made a human male mage. Like, that's just the fact of it. That's just the situation, man. How do you appreciate his designs when they weren't printed on a piece of paper? It helps the camera. True. I tell you, live letters tomorrow, man. Live letters tomorrow. No mage. Yeah, there's only certain classes that can play mage. Gnome, blood elf, female. Any gnome will do. Blood elf, female. Undead male. Is that it? I think those are the only acceptable races for a mage. Nightborn. I'm not a fan of the Nightborn.
For Omega, we're trying something different with the set bonuses.
Okay.
Up until now, they've been focused on your spec or your class. With this update, we're actually going to target your hero talents.
Ah, that's really clever. That's really clever. Because then it's borrowed power. But people will accept that from day one. That's actually very clever. I like that decision. That's good.
So in my case, I play an Arms Warrior, I play Colossus. I'll have bonuses targeting Demolish, but also have spec hooks if I'm like a Prot Warrior versus an Arms Warrior to make sure that they're still competitive. We got you on the spec level, but we're targeting hero talents.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, and players can look forward to a lot of class updates as well. You know, a lot of talent updates for specs such as Brewmaster Monks and Unholy Death Knights. Now, along with Season 3's PvE content, there's also a new PvP season. There are several PvP talents that are being updated as well.
No one cares.
And for those of us who like outdoor world PvP, there is an entire island called Vanquisher's Wake.
I'll be avoiding that.
And I'll be there.
Yeah.
Of course you would.
Before we wrap up, what are you both most excited for in this update?
For me, I'd have to say it's Dimensius.
Yeah, talk about the raid.
It's going to be a cosmic level encounter.
A cosmic level encounter. It's cosmic level. Like the Silver Surfer. It's a cosmic level
There's
encounter.
planets blowing up. It's awesome. Huge laser beams, you name it. Additionally, I think we have a really awesome dungeon pool this season. I'm excited for players to check out.
We're not going to talk about the raid at all. We got any details on the raid?
I am also really excited about Dimensius. You know, like such a glow up from the blueberry that he was.
Motherfuckers, you cannot get me hype about your end boss ever again. I don't give a shit who it is. I don't care if it's Illidan swinging a Sargeras cock. I am not going to be excited about your end boss ever again. No. I don't care how much you try and sell me on it. Not happening.
Before.
Baby blueberry.
But the thing that I'm most excited about, we're in the War Within, and the War Within is part of the World Soul Saga, a trilogy of expansions that, you know, like interweave their story all throughout. And so the campaign and the story within Ghosts of Koresh will matter so much more to the next expansion than it has ever done before.
Yeah, this is the lead into Midnight. Do you think we lose? Do you think we lose? I mean, the idea of midnight is it's the darkest point in the story, right? Like, that's the point. It's the darkest before the dawn. Do you think we lose here? I mean, we're going to beat the boss and get loot. You know what I mean? Echo 100%. Got him. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking whatever the... I think something bad happens at the end of it. I think if I was to say what happens at the last boss is you kill Dimensius, which releases Dimensius's energy, and then through a portal, that big purple portal they showed earlier on, just an enormous purple toe appears and starts wriggling, and you're like, oh shit. And all you've done is empower Xalitos' feet. Just that's it. And she's now got to stomp on Stormwind. She's just got to fucking Xalitos the shit out of Stormwind. Boom. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, those wrigglers are going to come right through that and just fucking stomp on it. I do feel like genuinely though, I do feel like something bad is coming at the end of this. I would be surprised if we go into midnight on riding a high, because story-wise, we're doing pretty well right now in WoW. Everybody's like hunky-dory and, you know, people have dipped. We've lost the fucking Dark Heart or whatever the shit, that fucking MacGuffin, that thing's disappeared. But generally speaking, things are pretty good. Midnight indicates it's supposed to be the dark time, and then you would have, if you're doing a trilogy, you need to be in the dark time in the middle of the second act, right? And then the last Titan is going to be the victory, I would guess.
Players go through the campaign and absorb the story.
I'm excited for everything.
All right, so we got Mothra.
You guys have mentioned.
That's the dungeon.
That's Ghosts of Koresh.
Where's the raid bosses? Have we got any idea? Did they do a post thing? Let me check the old WoW Dizzle here. What's going on over there? Oh! How many bosses? Hang on. Whoa. A massive facility built upon the planet's harvest, the powers cosmic. Players will fight their way through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 bosses again. Brother. 8 again. It's become this new standard. I don't know, man. They're really struggling to get a good difficulty curve with 8. A couple of midders there. A couple of midders. Just slotting in real nice here. 7. And the Soul Hunters is an optional encounter. Okay. It's not like 8, you know, it's not like having raid bosses for the sake of having raid bosses. It's just they've really been struggling to get a good difficulty curve with 8. They keep having these like bizarre jumps and peaks and troughs and difficulty instead of, you know, rounding it out. My fear with this, like I said in the past, is like I like a good 8 bosses, which are for the vast majority of players, and then a couple which are they can play around with, because unlikely you're going to kill Phasediving or whatever, like in the first few weeks with your normal raid guild. But we'll see. Doesn't mean it can't be done. Does not mean it can't be done. So we'll see. We'll see. Is that all the info we got then? Looks like it. Okay. The tier sets. We got the up close and personal. Oh God, that's a human male, right? It just looks terrible now. The undead version's so much better. Yeah, you put anything on a human male, and it just looks terrible. Like, on an undead male, this looked so fire. This was actually just burning hot. It was actually fucking the last dab or whatever. And then you stick it on a human male, and it just looks atrocious. It looks so bad. Damn, that's generic. The DK one. DH one is okay, although the hands are really big. They look like oven mitts. Don't those hands look really huge? Is it me? Is it just, yeah, it's like the Nelf thing. They just look so enormous. Yeah, they're proper big, big donkers, aren't they? I bet someone could actually do something dope with these boots. You think about, like, the Ghostbusters backpack and stuff that you could get in that expansion. Shadowlands. Like, there's a lot of hyper green stuff around that's really cool. I bet you can make some cool stuff happen with this. I'm not a big fan of the handy pants. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. That's intense, dude. That is intense. That is vibrant. I actually think that is a cool coloring, though. I like that one a lot more. Like the lava coloring. Mixed with some Fireland stuff. Yeah, I think that one looks the nicest to me. Oh, that is the Druid one. Okay. I think the Heroic one looks the best. I'm assuming this is going to Heroic. And that's the Mythic version. That Heroic one looks pretty dope, actually. Yeah, I like the Heroic one. That's who asked about what I assume is the Mythic version. Those are big booties. That looks like when Emma wears my shoes. It legit looks like when I see my wife walk around in my shoes. That's what that looks like to me. I could hear the clown squeak as she's walking in them. It just looks so silly. It's not a foot fixation, but it is clearly the most defining feature of this armor set. Like the orbs and shit we've seen a million times, right? We've seen that since the Burning Crusade. It's not the first time we've had the old spiky tutses either, I don't think. I have clown shoes in comparison to my tiny wife, yes. Oh, I hate bashing on tier sets, but like this looks like it was from vanilla. It's just so plain. And there's nothing wrong with a plain set if it has some style to it, but I don't know, man. I like the chest plate. It does, it feels a bit just like Quest Gear. This feels like, what class is that? This is the Hunter set. I mean, I don't know. I'm such a boomer that I still think the tier 2, especially tier 2.5 of Hunters is like peak. I love that set so much. The Sunwell set I thought was so good on Hunters. I think it was just easily the best set they ever made was the Sunwell set. I thought it was so good. Cryptstalker's pretty dope as well. Yeah, Cryptstalker and the tier 2.5. The worst thing WoW still is to make a long cloak chest, but the bottom half is actually pants armor, not just a long chest piece. Yeah, true. Yeah, they can make sense. I actually like the white set a lot more. I think this set looks pretty cool. The whitey silver set, I like that a lot. Oh, wow. Shame it's on a human male. Nice and bright, though. Very, very bright. Oh, it's like a Warlock set in the PvP. It's like the Fell Hunter set. Monkey Monks. Dude, have I not seen this before? Am I losing my mind? I feel like I've seen this exact set and colouring before. We have, right? It looks like the... Yeah, Siege of Orgrimmar.
Void Touched major update coming to the War Within. Thank you, Steph and Drew, for hanging out with me and putting all...
Shh. Sorry, Bethany. We're chatting. Shadow Pan armor? Yeah, I feel like I've totally seen that before. You know, I don't mind this, the orangey dark blue set. Oh, yeah, that was pretty cool. Pally. Bro, that's the best one. Is this the LFR set? The LFR set is really cool. Yeah, that one looks awesome. I like that way, way more. 100%. That's so good. What do the priesties get? Sacred Flame set looks good. That's what I'd call that. That Sacred Flame set looks good. Yeah, I bet that set looks really cool on some characters. The PvP set looks better. Oh, that one? That's the one you mean, right? Yeah. That one looks cool as well. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I could tell that's the one you meant because it ain't that one. There's no way it's that one. It's that one. Yeah, 100%. It's that one. You can just guess, right? Yeah, it's totally that one. The priest one's okay. I think that's my favorite for sure. Not a fan of the purple. What did the rogues get this time? You know, we really peaked with rogue sets when we had the dangly testicles in Shadowlands. I feel like I've seen this set before as well. Oh, there was a dagger, because I was maining a rogue in most of Shadowlands. Not Shadowlands. WoD. Yeah, in WoD. And there was a dagger that you got off Roly Poly Boy, whatever the fuck he was called, that had just a big pair of bollocks dangling off it. It was so good. It was awesome. You just had a... yeah, it was a ball sack dagger. It was so good. It does look a bit like Bloodfang. You know, Bloodfang for me is still kind of peak. I think it's a bias, though, because when you saw a Bloodfang rogue, especially one that had Thunder Fury or Maladeth or whatever coming at you, you were like, oh shit, I'm about to die. I'm about to get absolutely rinsed. You know what? I really like that. That almost looks like the Nameless King or something. That giant mane coming off the back, I actually really like that. I think that is really cool. That might be my favorite set of them all. Besides the green, it actually looks good in all flavors. Yeah, it's got like a Radahn vibe to it. Yeah, dude. I think that's really cool. Really cool. That might be a set I actually want to get, genuinely. Not a fan of the green one, but like the LFR one is the nicest, I think. Normal mode looks decent, but I actually think the LFR set looks so good. Big fan. It's not a piss main. Fuck's sake. I know this set is good from the other screenshot. But if you were to show me this first, I would be like, this is awful. I know this set is good from the other screenshot on a different person than the human male. But like looking at it here, it looks horrendous. Yeah, I know this looks good on literally everything else but the human male. And on here, it looks off. That looks awful on here. That looks like it's stretched. Oh, the helmet being a void, a literal void portal, is so good. The only people who will look worse than this are the absolute maniacs who play Orc Warlocks. Because those people make no sense. Those people were dropped as babies, I'm pretty sure. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. I'm just saying, those people were dropped as babies. 100%. Orc Warlocks, unless you're like some crazy min-maxer and Blood Fury is giving you that damage, it's like, I take offense. I mean, good. Good. It's lore accurate. I'm doing it for the lore. Oh my boy. What in the fuck is happening here? That better be retractable and occasionally just pop out. What happened here? Okay, it takes a bad set to make Chris audibly laugh across the studio, right? It takes quite an effort to make somebody audibly laugh from across two rooms. Do you think they retract?
No, they just hang the chains.
Oh, I want them to just pop out on occasion at inappropriate times. Just go, you know, like Hellraiser, Pinhead's chains or something?
It's a chainy tail, like a ponytail.
I get that, but I want them animated. I hope they droop. They go flaccid if your damage drops.
Give it the old L'Oreal.
They should. You know what they should do?
What?
Blizz. This, but it interacts with your rage bar. So when you have full rage, it's fully erect, and when you spend rage,
surely it's damage.
Damage is variable. I think you just do it with the rage bar, so that when you charge and you get a rage bar, it goes boing, and then when you spend it, you like releasing that cum, right? Like you drop a rampage or whatever, it goes and it like goes floppy, and then when you get your rage back up, it fucking boings back up again because you're about to kick some ass. That's what I want this to do. I want this to interact with the rage bar constantly. It's based on your current pass. Can you imagine if they based it on your Mythic Plus score? We decided we didn't like people looking at other people's Mythic Plus scores, so we decided to put a visual indicator on top of your head related to your M Plus score for the season. Once you get Keystone Master, you're fully erect. Until then, you have a flaccid, floppy helm. I'm mid-stroke, dude. I just need that one more fucking Revendreth dungeon. I just need the plus 15 Revendreth or whatever. And then I could get fully aroused. It would be amazing. It'd be so good. And they should do it for all of them. So, like, if you're playing... Who had the balls? Yeah. So if you're playing a priest or whatever, your Mythic Plus score determines the size of your balls. And these grow over time. You got a high M plus score, or you've got some raid kills, like your fucking balls just swell up. And by the end of the season or whatever, you've just got these massive juicy nuts strapped to your shoulders. I would love shit like that. Just proper big swollen nuts. Love it. Alright. But, I mean... I want you guys to go on a research mission for me. Find somebody who's unironically wearing this. Like, chilling. I want to see someone in Tazavesh just getting their dailies done, collecting their weeklies, unironically wearing this helmet. That's what I want you guys to find. I don't need screenshot. I'll put a bounty up. I need a bounty. Right? There's a 5-sub bounty. Because you'll scam it and you'll get the helm and you'll just send me a screenshot of your own character. It can't be your character wearing it. I need a 5-sub bounty on the first person to find somebody unironically wearing this helmet. Because in the green. I mean it in the green. Who has an STD helmet? Because this is the gonorrhea helmet. You've got the poison tip. I want to see somebody actually like running around in the game with gonorrhea helmet on. Yeah? Well, that's what I want to see. I want you to find it. Even black and red doesn't look good with it. Oh my god. Undead on that armor is peak. Have we got the 3D model viewer? Oh, nice one, Enos. The future of raid encounter designs part 2 of the 11.2 interview. Sick. And we got Drew, we got Taylor. Hi, Taylor. Looking back on Undermine, Mythic, Mugsy, and Galliwix were a little backwards in terms of difficulty. That's one way of putting it. But the final fight of the raid has been really well received outside of the race to World First. Not according to my friends. I mean, that might be one way of putting it, but not according to my friends that have been communicating with me over the past few months. When coming up with the Mythic changes, they want to offer new mechanics, new challenges, and ideally reward players with something they haven't seen before. In the case of Galley, that was reorganizing the phases to rearrange the puzzle. Yeah, Liquid smashed that. They solved that puzzle super fast. Starting in his mech and flipping the encounter on its head, some fights can be entirely pre-planned, but they also want to encourage a little bit of on-the-fly decision-making. But not all difficulty is really created the same. Mechanical checks are still going to be an important part of WoW raiding, but how much time players are given to execute mechanics in Maniforge Omega is something they're paying a lot of attention to. Okay. I mean, the prediction is out there. Some of these Race to World First, especially as they reduce add-on usage in the game, is going to be really scuff. There's going to be some wild shit going on in the next few raids. Finally, although they are not giving much away about the raid itself, the team is excited to see how players will react to Demencius. Don't sell me on it. How do you view Mythic Galliwix's overall difficulty in hindsight? The race found it kind of disappointing from a throughput perspective, but from a mechanical perspective, a lot of the guilds getting there now, the feedback has largely been positive as the fight to progress. Yeah, so the race to world first, I think aside, these are generally really dedicated folks, and it's a small group of our players. I think feedback has largely been positive on the difficulty, as you say. Galley, mechanically, I think is a great fight. It's very spectacular. Okay. From a narrative perspective as well, it's a great fitting and for one of WoW's most iconic and persistent villains across its history. From a difficulty perspective, I think where it's landed for the general community is reasonable. I think where we may have done things a little differently in hindsight is its difficulty relative to the boss preceding it. Mugsy was very difficult, and it was fairly unprecedented in modern WoW that the penultimate boss and the final boss were so close together in difficulty. So I'd have liked a little bit of a bigger of a gap there between the two encounters. But Mythic Galley, I think, ultimately was a great fight for the vast majority. It was! Like, I don't disagree with this, to be clear. I really don't. It's just that its place in the raid, and compared to the things that came before it, made no sense. It was like we... I would put it this way. It's like we got the version of Mythic Gallywix after multiple nerfs. That make more sense? It's like we got the version that was designed for everybody, but the bosses preceding that were not that, which is not the way it should be. Do you know what I mean? My guild had more trouble with Mugsy than we did with Galley. With Galley then Mugsy. What, phase 1 Derns? I think ultimately it's a great fight. I don't think the race is dead. It really comes down to how they tune it. This 8 boss thing, I think, is an uphill battle, though. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, P1 Galley is actually very, very complicated. For sure. P1 Galley is very complicated. I wish I'd seen more of it, but Liquid had already solved it by the time Echo got there, unfortunately, so they just fucking killed it. And, yeah, that was that. We saw Mythic Galley had a completely different design compared to the heroic encounter and was also almost completely secret. What was the goal? So anytime we get to designing the Mythic version of an boss, we always bounce around the idea of what can we offer our highest echelon of raiding players, something that is new from the lower typical versions of the encounter. We want that to be both a challenge. These are players who have devoted a huge amount of time and resources to get to the end game of this game mode, but also as a reward. You're there to see something new that a lot of players don't get the chance to see through your skill and dedication to the game. So it's a great opportunity to be able to offer players something that's kind of new and jaw-dropping right when they get to that threshold of the Mythic in the boss for the first time. The reorganization of the phase for Galley getting into his mech early and the Mythic version of the encounter is a way where we can use some of those existing elements of the encounter and rearrange the puzzle, so to speak, so that players have to immediately recognize new strategies or a new approach to the encounter. So anywhere where we can use existing elements and aspects of the encounter and just immediately flip things on its head, require players to come in, tackle things from a new perspective, is always an opportunity we jump at for Mythic and bosses. That was a lot of words for not an answer. Impressive. It's like Ian wrote it. That's awesome. That was so many words to say nothing much. I also think yeah, this might be a sign of things to come. I was talking to Just Wait about this last week, especially with the reduction of add-ons. It might be, although I don't want it to go that way because it would have a negative effect on the race, and I don't think it's there yet. But if they're aiming to be more problem-solving design-wise, instead of, throughput being a major element, we could be looking at, like, really short races. Because these guys, Liquid, Echoes, Methods of the world, they have so many big brains in and outside of the raid that are able to look at, 20 different perspectives of a situation and solve the puzzle very, very quickly, that it might just not be a challenge for those guys at all. It'll be better for the wider community, though. It would be better for the wider community, although their puzzles will always be solved by someone else first. Like, you don't want raiding to turn into copying someone's Sudoku numbers. Very much like FF14. Yeah, very, very much like FF14. It's like the solution is solved and you just have to recreate the solution. Which can be difficult, but obviously in 14 you're not going to get like what the the WoW race holds. I wonder if they're going to push towards that kind of idea, though. They'll have to, if they want to go that way, though, they really need to work on their environments. Because they haven't utilized that element enough. And I'm talking about, like, you know, a number of FF14 encounters do things with the background, ever-changing elements and clues and strategies that are actually dealt with via some sort of object or environmental change that's happening that you need to pay attention to outside of things to give variability. So you really, they're not great at that with their current animation technique in the game. Not Hellier waves. No, I'm thinking more of like Shiva's reflective mirrors. Obviously, if you're a WoW player, you might not know what I'm talking about. But if you talk about Shiva mirrors, which dictate pathing and the next sequence of events, and it's also variable. Things like that, where you're having to pay. Or what was the boss that actually had the playing cards in the order? Do you know what I'm talking about? That kind of situation, where you're literally monitoring all the different scenarios that are being played off around you while the encounter's going on to try and give some information like that. Like right now, WoW doesn't utilize that enough, although the Dimensius maybe is going to show some of that given his size and environment that he seems to be fighting in, that big platform. I mean, Dimensius looks like a 14 encounter. One of the things that we had between different bosses in Liberation of Undermine was encounters that randomly assigned things such as Styx or Sprocket versus encounters that were pre-assigned like Galley. What did you learn about having these different types of mechanics? We've had that for a long time. Are there plans to lean one way or the other? It's an interesting question. I could talk about this for a very long time. I think a great raid has a mix. Yeah. A core part of rating gameplay in WoW is the ability to continue tackling a challenge and through collaboration, planning, and strategy, improve at that challenge as a team. It's one of the few things where you can get together with 19 or up to 29 other friends and really come up with a strategy sitting around the boss looking at your raid ahead of time and feel like you can have the fruits of that labor. But that being said, we also want elements in the accounts that require a little bit of on-the-fly decision-making. Yeah. Actually, we talked about this recently with Lies of P, where they gave some... if you didn't see that TDP, we brought this discussion up. There's good discussion in the comment section as well. About bosses that have far too many mechanics that they can pull from, and you end up with wildly different difficulties of the same boss. Because depending on what spells they use, especially when they're not in a deterministic order, is you just end up with an either really, really easy version of the same boss or a really hard version, depending on which spells they decided to choose. And that could be very frustrating because you can't plan around it and you can't adapt around it. You just end up with... You can't have too many mechanics. It doesn't work, especially if the boss isn't on a set timer. Like, spell queuing is a different thing, but you get the idea. We're going to continue to embrace both types and strike the right balance. Yeah, that's fine. Just pull till you get a good pattern. Well, this was the prime example of WoW would be Omnitron Defense System, where the order of starting robots was random, and so you pull and reset until it started with the Arcane one, I think. I can't remember what we ended up doing, but you just pull and reset the boss over and over again because it gave you a significantly easier time than doing it in any other way. You could also argue Galley was like that, although that was pretty deterministic, because starting on the other side just made the fight so much harder, it was pointless. We saw dungeon complexity difficulty decrease last season, which led to a lot of players seemingly having more fun. Shockingly, yeah. When people got to have a more fun time. We've seen a lot of feedback from Mythic guilds that Mythic raid has been getting harder and harder and less fun due to the ever-increasing complexity. There are plans to do a complexity decrease. Oh, Scripe's awake. Hey. Yeah, we were listening, of course, to all the feedback that came from Season 2. We're really glad that players enjoy their time in M+. The companion to that, of course, is Mythic raiding. And there's probably some room to pull back a bit on difficulty in Season 3. But not all difficulty is created the same. There's difficulty that can come from your ability to control your character, dodge lasers, pick up bombs, carry them, etc. There's difficulty that can come from how much time and effort you've dedicated to your character and your gear. There's difficulty that can come from how good your strategy and your ability to collaborate with other players is. I think we may try to pull back slightly on the first of those. Okay, so dodging and picking up bombs and moving stuff. Okay. Okay. The twitchiness of gameplay. That I think is a place where we'd like to take raiding overall in the future, is a place that's a little bit more about strategy and your ability to play your character at a very high level. That doesn't mean the types of gameplay that we've all known and loved from even back in Naxxramas, like the Heigen dance. That's the classic WoW mechanic, and stuff like that isn't going anywhere. But I do think over the last couple of expansions, we've probably trended a little bit too far into the dodge mechanic. And all of our difficulty, or the lion's share of our difficulty, is coming from that style of mechanic. So I don't think there's a major philosophical shift, but it's something we're keeping in mind as we're going into Koresh. I do agree with what Ian said on this, is like the WoW classes aren't generally designed to be played on the move. And if you just fill the if you make it like the beaches of Normandy all the time, it's just less fun to play your character because you're constantly having to shift and move and fucking wiggle all the time. Although it does create, obviously, a large separation in skill. But depending on class, some classes are just way naturally better at it than others. So I don't mind that too much in principle. Yeah, there's nothing worse. Like, I'm ramping. Oh my god, yeah. Having to, like, literally, like, bop or protect a Disc Priest during a major mechanic because they get targeted with something where they're ramping is just horrible, right? It's just like, this is the worst feeling ever. Anybody who's played Dis in a raid will know that feeling of, like, this is my ramp, and if I get targeted, you guys need to fucking give me a blessing or something, because I ain't going anywhere. I'm not fucking moving. Especially for melee folks, DK can't move at all. This last raid was quite difficult. Yeah. Yeah. Or Shadow Priest. Yeah, exactly. So I don't mind that. It allows you to play your character a bit more. Although the counter to that is being rooted in place and shooting a training dummy is not fun either. So a bit of a balance. A little bit less, right? This needs baby steps. This needs baby steps. You want to drag it back a little bit, but not to the point where you're like, okay, so I stand here and shoot this thing, and then it'll die later on. That's not too fun either. It seems that some mechanics don't give players enough time. Like for sprocket mines, you had to space them almost perfectly apart before the mechanic came in, and blew you up. And similarly with Mugsy jails, or stick scrap masters before the nerf. Players have shown that if you give them enough time, they will solve it naturally, such as the galley bombs. So what is your goal with the raid difficulty 11.2? I mean, surely a mix. You need some things that have a sense of urgency, and some things that are more controlled by the players. Before the add-on change takes effect, do you want to give players more time there? We call this concept affordance. So when a mechanic goes out, we want to make sure that players have not only the right amount of time, but the right amount of visual and audio cues in order to respond to a mechanic. There are probably a couple of places in 11.1 where we could have given more affordance for players to respond to, because as you mentioned in your question, where players don't feel they have the apt ability to respond to that and the right affordance for a mechanic, they will lean on weak auras or using add-ons for that type of response. So it's something that's very top of mind for us, especially coming off the back of a couple of very twitchy fights in Undermine. So we're examining all those areas in Ghosts of Koresh. I've got to be honest, right? As somebody who loves raid history in WoW, this is giving me a bit of a half chub as to how they're going to bend and mold and shape this. It's so easy for them to fuck this up. This is so easy to break what people love. And a couple of really bad tiers of raiding can kill entire guilds very, very quickly. Like swathes of guilds. They have to be so delicate here. I mean, really delicate. I don't think people mind having a relatively easy tier every now and again. And it's like you get that bit more of a break. You get to chill. You get a little bit of natural time off from your normal WoW schedule, especially if you're balls deep into WoW and it's your only game. You get that little break, and then you have a hard tier to push. This has got to be so delicate, man. So delicate. If you make mechanics where you just aren't threatened, you know, like Galley P2, where it's like you have 15, 20 seconds between things that are threatening, like, eh. If you're half awake, you're kind of fine, right? So examining all those areas in Ghosts of Koresh and making sure that for Omega, which is the raid that'll be coming, we'll pay close attention to that. Yes, we're streaming the live letter tomorrow. We'll see what new raiding FF has on offer. That's awesome. I know you guys have been responding to feedback well with Brood Twister in Nerebar. There was a private aura at the start and everyone was like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then you guys fixed that. Oh, really? How did they fix this? What did they change on Brood Twister? What did they change? I didn't know they changed it. What did they do? No, Tuesday. We just had to do WoW raid. Which job is getting going? I bet it's Ninja. Does anyone know what they changed on Brood Twister? Because we did it very early. So I don't remember. I don't know what they could have changed. Oh, did they make something with the assignments of who was getting targeted by the eggs? Not sure we had a private aura for dispelling the webs, but nothing else. Parasite fixate? I don't know. Yeah, the X circle was a private aura, so I guess they changed that in some way. Okay. Let me ask Scripe, actually. He's awake. What did they change on Brood Twister? From a private aura. Ego signs? Poor fucking... Watching poor... I don't know who did it for Liquid, but poor Mira's marking everything. Such a pain in the ass. And then I did it. But that was marking egg locations. That's a different matter. The egg breaks was private aura. Okay. In cases like that, I think Ian has spoke to this in past interviews, but we've often found that private auras can be worse than the problem we're trying to solve. Yeah. I mean, isn't the message we've got now that private auras are just dead? They're just not doing that again? Wasn't that what Ian said? It's like the whole idea of the private aura thing is just fucking gone. They're just not doing it anymore. I think some of our philosophy there has evolved over time, listening to player feedback and just understanding when these things hit the live service, how players are interacting with them. Private auras were always an experiment and trying to get raids to a point where they're more interactive, where players are making those decisions and we're moving away from that computational add-ons. And I think we've learned a lot over the last couple of years, especially of raiding, about how and when to use those effectively and making sure we're not exacerbating an already difficult problem. Good. Okay, Scribe says, yeah, the debuff you used to break the eggs was a private aura, then they turned it to normal ones so we could weak aura easier. Yeah. Copy that. Oh, the Forsaken in the armor. That is awful. Oh my god. That is so bad. We haven't really explored the communication or information asymmetry mechanics that are relatively prevalent in other encounters, such as Mecha Talk colors. Yeah, we talked about that. These mechanics technically wouldn't need add-ons, so are there plans to use these types of explore these types of mechanics again? The short answer is absolutely. I think in the future, as Ian spoke about, as we move away from add-ons that can help with in-combat computational problem solving, it opens up a big space for us to do that. This is again calling back to classic raids. We've had these types of problems in WoW for a very long time, back to the days of Prophet Scarum in AQ40. And that's a really cool problem space that in part we haven't been able to explore for a while because of the effect of add-ons in combat. This is good. I, for one, am looking forward to one day when we can get back to a little bit more of those. And there's probably more we can do in the meantime as well. So we're going to keep looking for opportunities to make those types of unique mechanics. This is exciting. Yeah. I want to add a little bit of what Taylor has to say. I think another good call out here specifically is that these feel like raid mechanics where you're going to spend a couple of pulls with your friends and we kind of want you in there communicating. It's probably something we could do less in a dungeon. I'll cite an example actually with Tazavesh coming back. Removing the Codebreaker boss, Hildebrand. This is an example of the kind of mechanic you're talking about, and that's moving to the hard mode version of the mechanic, where we expect you to be a coordinated group in the M+ experience, with pugs might not have something like that to alter the mechanic. Do you know what actually a good example of this was? And I can't remember the fucking name of it. Dernsby might know. What was the wormsh? No, it was a bug in the Nyalotha raid that duplicated itself across the room. And you had to figure out which one was the real one. It wasn't a hard boss, but that was kind of fun. Was it Drestagath? Drestagath. Skitra? Let me check.
Hello and welcome back to Fatboss TV.
Preach Void. Check me out. Yeah, this guy.
Today we're looking at the third boss.
Hello, welcome back to the Fat Boss Guide. Yeah, exactly. Look, 2 people dipped. Absolute losers, man. Yeah, this was fun. Not a hard boss by any means, but I liked the disappeared and you had to figure out which is the real one. How did you do it again? Right, so they all appeared. They spawned random locations in the room. In each phase of the room, one of the illusions... Oh, you had to go into different phases. That's right. And figure out who could see... Oh, yeah, this was cool. Followed the tank. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. Yeah, you had people in different phases, and only one of them was the same. So each phase got 5. And you had to check who could see the other one. Yeah. How easy would it be with the ping system now? Yeah, so the way you would probably do it now is you would have one person go ping, ping. There's a limit on... You can spam ping, can't you? You go ping, 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 and whichever one appears there. But, I mean, that's still what they're talking about in terms of the raid communicating and working together. That's all they're saying is, like, we prefer it because an add-on can't solve this. But all you have to do is have a couple of people in the raid who can communicate. That's it. And you have to you have to use Eyes Weak Aura, as Roger calls it. The best Weak Aura available is Eyes Weak Aura. If you get Eyes Weak Aura working, then, and it's not bugged, then you just use Eyes Weak Aura and you figure it out. Nice and easy. Similar mechanic in Guild Wars 2 Fractal, but you cheese it by clicking the boss health bar. Yeah, there's always weird giveaways like that. Jaina had that giveaway as well. Mythic Jaina. I think she did it on Heroic as well. I can't remember. But the real Jaina was detectable by hunters using Track Human, and the rest of them didn't pop up on the map. So you could cheese the fuck out of that mechanic. Like, the idea was to try and find the real Jaina, but like, hunters could go, oh, it's that one, like straight off the bat. You have to be careful with all the tools available. There's some way of just being like, oh, I could ignore the fuck out of it and not deal with it. Although, I mean, you do have a player responsible to do it. But yeah, this was a good idea. Was it Hunter's Mark? Yeah. You could definitely put some, you could do some, it's a nice roleplay bonus, but that's what they're talking about in general, right? It's not something that like an add-on solves. You just need to have your guys actually be a little social. So it might just be, so it might just show the code the entire time to everybody. Oh, hang on. The code to everybody. Yeah, in that setting, and when we want a coordinated group where you're with a trusted group of friends, you're kind of signing up for maybe multiple attempts at a boss. That's a more appropriate space for this kind of mechanic. So we're open to doing more of this, but that doesn't mean we're going to do it everywhere. Good. All right, now to the new raid then. Do you feel the future of raiding relies more on throughput checks like Bandit or mechanical checks like Gallywix? So we touched on it earlier. Maybe I'm taking the easy way out here, but the short answer is both. No, that's correct. Improving your character, gaining better loot, coming back the next week, having put in the effort throughout the game is going to be a core part of WoW for a long time. Good, as it should be. That's really the core and the heart of what we love about a season of WoW. Mechanical checks will still be something in WoW for a long time. So I think dividing it into that area that we talked about earlier of dodgy agility type mechanics and also strategic mechanics that you can plan ahead for a little bit and tackle as a team, we're planning to lean a little bit more towards the latter and less towards the former going forward. So that's probably how I would divide that and talk about our future plans for how we're planning to tackle difficulty in raids. We are going to see some very FF-inspired raid encounters, guys. This is going to be like we stand here. I wonder if they'll go as far as to make immune bosses while you deal with some complex movement. Or they will lean maybe more towards the Illidan phase and kill Jaden, where the boss is gone, but you're still getting to kill things, but also doing a very difficult dance. WoW players hate immune bosses, which is why you can... As long as... I mean, WoW players, including myself here, are a lot like monkeys. As long as we have something that's resembling a banana to smash, we're kind of happy. So if the boss disappears, but I can still sort of beat something up, I'm all good. I'm fine. Just give me something to fucking fidget with and I'm alright. Like, I only get fed up in the same encounter of Kill Jaden. The knockback shit, for those of you who did KJ, where you just stood on the platform and got knocked around, was terrible. But the Illidan phase, where you had to find the hidden enemies and DPS them, that was fun. That was fun. That would be cool. I would definitely like to see more leaning on that kind of stuff, where we're actually overcoming some sort of challenge in that way. Aren't WoW players supposed to be boomers? It sounds like a Zoomer take of you. I'm a caveman at heart, dude. Like, I didn't like farm M+ and open all these vaults to get my big giant club to not smack someone over the head with it. That's why I did it. That's why I did it. So if you say I can't bash with club, I get very angry and preach mad, preach angry now, preach want smash things. But it doesn't have to be the boss as long as there's something to do. I also think it, from a genuine perspective, it encourages people to get involved with those mechanics because your DPS overall suffers if you're not killing things. So you're genuinely incentivized to go and find the hidden enemy in the clouds, in the shadows, because your damage will go up over the guy who doesn't do that. Thumbs up. We're planning to lean a little bit more towards that and less towards the format. Yeah, that being said, this isn't binary. A really good encounter and a large and really good raid has all types of different difficulties. Yeah, of course. We're all blessed to have all kinds of different raid encounters in every raid, and we want to make sure that we scratch every itch, that we offer all kinds of different difficulty for players. Yeah, sure. Number go up. There's nothing more incentivized for WoW players than making number go up. If you want people... Like, that's why we hate line of sight mechanics. It's fucking shit. I'm just hiding. Like... What's fun about this? Like, you look at a Shah or you look at the jailer. What's fun about standing behind a pillar? Like, what the hell? Are there any plans to change the way the Mythic Raid lockout works? No. We would love to hear feedback on how players think the Mythic Raid lockout is working for them, but messing with Mythic Raid lockout is a delicate thing. Communities really form the heart of WoW, and messing with something as a core to how people schedule their weeks or schedule their social groups. That's something we want to do deliberately. What do you guys feel about this? If you need one more Mythic boss because you sat out on an early boss for whatever reason, and now your vault's kind of fucked and missing one option. At this point, I don't give a shit about the Race to World First teams because they will abuse anything. Like, literally, if you've ever talked to any of the Race to World First raiders, if they got told they had to beat a puppy to death to get an item level, they would beat that shit to death. Like, fuck those guys. I'm thinking about your day-to-day Mythic Raiding Guild. You've missed a couple of bosses, or easy bosses, right? Technically, you didn't need loot for them or whatever. Whatever the reason is, you missed a couple of the easy bosses that week, but you can't. The lockout's done, so you can't go get in there, right? That kind of shit, right? Your vault's fucked, and you even risk then falling behind because the people who did the whole raid, like, just got better prime loot out of their fucking vaults or whatever. Would you prefer the ability to dip in? It also makes locking out feel so bad. Well, I know a lot of raiders who refuse to bench themselves for bosses because they wanted their vaults. They need to change to work like heroic. It's not a social problem at this point. Nobody is running Mythic Pugs instead of Mythic Raid Guild, and they have the option. If they're a Mythic Raiding Guild, they're not pugging Mythic and vice versa. I kind of agree. Yeah, I kind of agree. There's obviously a lot of nuance to it. farming and I mean, what we're seeing now, I can't remember who showed it me, but that I don't know who that Asian guild is that's literally just moving realm to realm and clearing. They're selling Hall of Fame, and it's the same players. It's just doing it every week. But again, that's more of a Blizzard monitoring problem. Like in WoW, especially, they're gonna find ways of abusing every single thing you give them to do some of this. Like, yeah, it's fucking lunacy how much people will abuse those systems, and it can be tracked and monitored. But you're right, Mythic Raider guilds could do an alt Mythic Raid if they wanted to. Right? I'm not sure what the cutoff these days is that Mythic Raiders don't have at least 2 raid ready characters. It's got to be probably, what, in the 400s maybe? That might be a bit out of touch these days, I don't know. But I know when we were raiding during WoD, when we went to like a World 400 guild for a while, everybody had a raid ready alt. It was just normal. Like, you could have easily done it. Gone and killed a couple of bosses or whatever to help people get their extra vaults. What are you most excited for? Yeah, only needed 1 character, but did everybody have 2? Is what I'm saying now, hey. Right? Like, in our World 400 guild only needed 1 character. Everybody had 2, though. Because they liked playing the game. Tax had 2, rest was slacking. Yeah, I slacked towards the end. I did not keep my characters up to date towards the end of BFA. I stopped doing it. I was like, I'm fucking done. I'm certainly not competing with cunt multi-boxers anymore. And farming islands on multiple characters. That's not happening. Best thing about next patch is the lean emote. Big important stuff. I assume Heroic Week's not coming back. They just said the raid was coming out all at once again. Ugh. Yeah, no Heroic Week. Well, he mentioned in the interview is like the raid will, and if Mythic Plus is coming, then they're doing it there. They've undone your damage. What does this mean? Classes Death Knight. They've undone my damage. Death Knight, new talent and holy momentum, haste buff. In Ghosts of Koresh, we're looking at DK's raid utility. Is this AMZ? This was Max's fault, not mine, by the way. He can take the fucking shit for this one. This was Max's fault. Raid utilities help give them a better identity that isn't completely reliant on tuning to make an impact. One immediate change you may notice is that Abomination's limb has been removed. Brother! What? No! I love slappy hands, man! No! Oh, man. Oh. Its existence made it incredibly hard for grip to matter in a real capacity because it was too strong. Aww! But it's so fun! Man. It's so fun. It's such a stupid spell. I mean, I agree with what they're saying. From a practical standpoint, I do agree. But also, it's really fun. It's really, really fun. It is true. What they're saying is true. It's like, how do we make grip and matter if you could grip everything in the world? But, like, it's still really fun. This led to many raid mobs being immune to grip as a way to counter what should normally be one of DK's most powerful tools. This change limits the number of death grips available to a raid at any moment and allows us to design more moments for DK grip. Stop relying on grip, right? Man. You know how you could fix this? You make a fucking glyph or whatever. Slappy Hands does 3x damage, but no longer grips. Ain't nobody fucking not taking that. Fixed. Nobody wants to be that guy. We need a glyph or some shit in there where it's like, okay, it now does triple damage and no longer grips. Aww. Okay. So at least they're going to make some grippable shit in Omega. This change should be immediately apparent in the new raid. All right, DKs rejoice. If you're not reading this and already dusting off that DK that you benched for Undermine, you're being a fucking idiot, because they're clearly doing this because of whatever is happening in Omega. DKs should be showing up by the coach load like a bunch of football hooligans arriving at the World Cup. Secondly, plenty of time has passed since Castle Nathria, and it has given us some time to reflect on our change to Anti-Magic Zone. In Ghost of Koresh, we are returning AMZ to a flat percentage damage reduction effect with no cap. We have increased the cooldown and reduced the duration and effectiveness downward from what it was prior to Castle Nathria's nerf, which should better align with our expected output for DPS and tanks. We hope that by adding this back as a meaningful cooldown alongside grips, we'll be able to carve out a spot. DKs will be able to get a raid spot again. Oh, yeah, I can't remember. I think there was several fights where you had to keep a mob outside of the main kill pack because it did like an aura of protection or whatever, and you would pop slappy hands and just drag that bitch in, and then... Oops. Oops. But that's down to good play as well, right? That's the skill management. Anti-Magic Zone has been updated. Places AMZ on for 6 seconds. Wow. Reducing the magic damage taken by party members by 15%. 4-minute cooldown. So we just bring 5 DKs then. Right? Because we can't use slappy hands. So if we haven't got all those mini grips, what we need now is loads of DKs with loads of individual grips. Solved. Alright, we fixed it. Awesome. Assimilation has been updated. The CD of Anti-Magic Zone is reduced by 1 minute, and its duration is increased by 2 seconds. The following talents have been removed. Abomination's Limb. Man. That's a sad day. It's not quite Surrender to Madness sad, but it is sad. I'm happy DK, but I hate this. Unholy Momentum seems like a raid buff that isn't worded properly. Oh, is that raid-wide? Is Unholy Momentum just raid-wide haste? Okay. Hunter's Mark is still absolutely shit. I was going to say, that didn't read as raid-wide. Hunters. What do Hunters bring to the raid these days? The need of a combat res? Movement. I mean, movement's important. It's a 3% haste loss, and it's reducing a 5% haste talent. Okay. They bring Roger? Not anymore. Pet silliness. Brain damage. Like, without good stuff to, like, misdirect at ranged and stuff. Like, if I think of, say, Stone Legion Generals, not to, again, give people PTSD, like, we brought 3 Hunters there because we were so useful at what we did. Solid AoE damage with that stupid Night Fae ability on the floor. Being able to drag mobs from really far away. I mean, that is the strength of the Hunter, is to control distant enemies. And bring those in. If you think about probably the Hunter shining moments, you'd think of things like Yogg-Saron. Like, those kind of tools can be really good. You know what I mean? Those kinds of things. Dimensius is a big boy. The true scale of Dimensius. It contains WoW's biggest boss ever in Omega, though the raw scale of the galactic-sized Void Lord is almost unfathomable. Is this his, like, actual scale but not in the raid? Because in the video, it showed the platform, right? He's not, like, that big in the platform. Oh, God, I've been algorithmed immediately. Look, the bearded one is here. He stares. He looks into your soul. Yeah, there he is. Fucking glaring at me. The doctor is in. Yeah, we saw the room.
So we helped the Ethereals get revenge in Netherstorm, and we thought the matter was finished. And for the first time here in Ghost of Koresh, we'll be stepping
That's where Zali's toes are going to come out at the end of this raid, by the way.
foot on what's remaining of that planet.
Was it way later? This is when they were showing the raid off.
Harvesting silk from, and even a mysterious council of demon hunters that had found their way onto Koresh. Oh, and of course, it's going to end with a cosmic level battle with Dimensius.
Ooh, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. This could be... I doubt this is Stormwind wide, which would be pretty funny. Unless they're planning to use the energy phase system for quick transport around like we would do with chains and teleporters and things. I'm trying not to hype myself up about this, but when they say cosmic level encounter, I do think door boss. Yeah, I'm not gonna overhype myself on this. I wonder if it'll be the first time since a long time we'll see an actual environmental shift. Like a proper one. Yeah, how do you... Okay, let's think about this logically, though. How do you get this scale over to the players? Because you don't want the raid being like a pinpoint here, right? So you're essentially like Alakir, where you're fighting its belly button for the entire fight. That's not fun. That's not fun. You don't want that. They could do something where you're fighting through cities and being destroyed and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to overhype. We'll see. We'll see. Whatever will be, will be. Yeah, just we'll see when we see it. You assume void zones? Oh, just some area denial. We got the raid fighters back while flying around, and maybe we can fight tentacles. Oh god. Did you see this? What? Oh my god! How many announcements came out last night? Yeah, I'm not going to think too much about Dimensius, because yeah, I don't want to. Mythic plus levers finally penalized with the new deserter system coming in Season 3. Okay. Mythic plus levers are one of the most frustrating things that can happen to your key if the rest of the group doesn't currently want to quit. Players have voiced their concerns on this topic across social media for years, and Blizzard has been taking some previous action on them. At the beginning of War Within, Blizzard added a deserter debuff for all players who leave any dungeon early. It also banned excessive levers. No shit. In a recent interview with Drew and Taylor, who revealed that they'll be adding a new Mythic Plus deserter system in Season 3. They don't have all the details, but share some early notes about the first iteration. In order to leave an M+ dungeon without penalty, players must initiate a vote, and the group must agree. If a player leaves without a successful vote too frequently, they'll be marked as someone who leaves often in the group finder. Oh my god! Full China. Oh shit, your social credit score's gone down. Oof. Oh man. Marked players can lose the mark by successfully completing the dungeons and using the vote system properly. Ooh, I don't like this. I don't have all the details. We'll be sharing this as we go live with Ghost of Koresh through pre-TR. But we're actually introducing a deserter system. The rough summary, and again there will be more details that come out as we progress through the cycle, is you'll need to put up an abandon vote essentially on a dungeon if things aren't working well. If the group agrees, there is no harm, no foul to your rating or anything like that. If you're leaving keys too often in this first iteration, we're not going to penalize you on an account level. You will just be marked as someone who leaves often. We'll talk about this in a second. Let's get through the details. So a group finder, you're going to see this player quits. That said, if you're on good behavior and you're finishing keystones or using the abandoned system appropriately, you will lose that mark as well. First iteration, we're going to take a bunch of feedback, but we do view this as a problem. We want to build a tool for players to agree that the key is over and punish players who suddenly vanish. We're going to roll it out carefully and make sure we get feedback along the way, so it will be iterated on. Many players will be excited that Blizzard is looking to address some of the issues that players leaving the LFG with this change. That said, it's hard to say how this will affect the community without seeing it in action. Many players have had concerns in the past that this could lead to some malicious players who hold a key hostage, true. However, it's unlikely that any system is perfect, and for every key where this system is used maliciously, Multiple other keys got to completion because players didn't want to be flagged as leavers. Having constant leavers be socially excluded from groups using a public mark almost seems like more of a deterrent than suspending an account, as players will have to climb their way out of the hole they dug themselves into. This seems reminiscent of Dota's low priority queue, where instead of instantly suspending players who frequently leave, they get sent to a special queue to play with other trash people. I think it's unlikely that players who are publicly marked will get into a group, especially as a DPS, as that mark will likely increase the chance of the key being bricked, forcing marked players to play with each other to remove the mark. Interesting. The exact details of the system are currently unknown. I don't think a marked player making their own key to get rid of their mark would invite players who are marked. And some people are so desperate to get a key done, they'll join any old shit that they get an invite to. The exact details of the system are currently unknown. There will likely be kinks and loopholes to work out. We'll see more when the system goes on the PTR. If someone leaves the group before the vote, can the rest of the players leave immediately, or will the remaining players need to vote still? True. Do disconnects count as leaving? That's important, because you just alt F4 out. What are the thresholds for someone being marked as a leaver? It's unlikely that Blizzard will ever say the exact number, since it will lead to abuse. Will players be able to abuse recovering from a mark by queuing and abandoning any dungeon instantly? What are your thoughts? Ooh. I wonder how this will work if the group leader boots someone from the group. Seems like there's potential to grief. There's a huge amount of potential to grief here. First of all, the reason I don't like systems like this, and it might have gotten worse, I'm not a leaver of dungeons. I usually stick around until the group falls apart, even if the writing's on the wall. But I do understand that there are many scenarios where you end up in a Mythic Plus dungeon that is clearly just a giant waste of your time. Like, even though all the signs were there that it should be fine, is you get in there and it's just blatantly obvious from the start. It's like, this is just fucked. But you're also with people who just desperately want to get a key done that week and will suffer through the most obnoxious shit for like hours. And you're like stuck. Like, I don't like that feeling at all. Like, that really puts me in a bad taste. Now, I imagine that is much rarer than someone going, this fucking rogue's a shitter and I'm just leaving because he's fucking up kicks or whatever, and getting out of there. But I don't like feeling like I'm forced to take part in something that is ill-prepared, not going well, or certainly some of you will have been through this, where you've joined a group of 4 and it's like all from the same guild and they're boosting somebody. And they're shit. Especially if it's like the tank or something. We're gearing up our new tank friend for the raid, and there's like 4 of us and we just needed to bring a healer. And you just end up in this group of shitters who've got some paper tank with them that they're getting the gear for. And your job is like to heal them and shit. And you're like, dude, this is not what I signed up for in any way, shape, or form, right? There are a bunch of scenarios like that. The idea of... healing that is the worst. You're like, this dude just falls over and dies. And often they're going to defend their friend as well and call you shit. And you're like, okay, I have 954 hots rolling on this guy. And he's dying. Like, I obviously played Resto Druid a hell of a lot. Like, there's literally no more health to give to this person. And they're just falling over. And you can see they're not using defensives, right? You see some Blood DK running around and he's like, Bone Shield? Never heard of it. I just don't like the idea of feeling trashed. I'm really questioning how the community will react to the idea of social stigmas being placed on certain players. Certainly if it feels undeserved, which nearly everything feels undeserved to players that happens to them. So you're actually given some sort of tag or mark as... and I also really worry if you've ever been tagged as a leaver. So let's just suppose you end up in a streak of Mythic Plus where you're just having your time wasted over and over again. It can happen. It has happened. And you end up with this mark. And you're like, fuck's sake. Are we saying that there aren't going to be add-ons immediately that remember, even if you work your mark off? Right? So even if you were got like if you get do you get the black spot? Right? Pirate style? Do you get the black spot at the beginning of a season because people are dumb fuck, you know, there are a bunch of blind dudes at an orgy trying to figure out a high Mythic Plus key they don't belong in, and you're like, this has just been my entire I'm not the only one here who's had an entire night of Mythic Plus that's just been a complete shit show.
So idea.
Oh, Chris has got an idea.
So imagine then if there are groups that will, for a fee, invite you in and then doing a.
Oh yeah, I'll clear. Or if you have to complete a dungeon or whatever, will groups selling mark removal? I'm sure that'll be a thing. Like, yeah. For a mil, we'll clear Mythic Plus for you and get rid of your mark. Or we'll do, like, if it's 5 dungeons to clear your mark or whatever, we'll do 5 and get rid of your fucking mark for you. And I'm pretty sure there will be add-ons that remember whether you've had this mark or not. Do you know what boss it was that you had a rematch against? Yes. It's not called the Puppet Master. Does anybody remember from yesterday? Hey, Finn. What's the boss we fought again in Lies of P yesterday? But it was the Parade Leader. It might be, was it called Parade Leader? Not the Black Rabbits. The one before. Corrupted Puppet Master. Thanks, Joel. I think Corrupted Parade Leader. Thanks, guys. Sorry, what did you say, Finn? Just make it so when you leave a key, your key in your bags, regardless if it's being used or not, goes down a level. I mean, I personally lean towards your Mythic Plus key should never de-level unless you choose to de-level it. I really don't like it, Mythic Plus, which I think is a system that's close to that already. Something like that. They've done something like that, right? You can rescue the key or whatever. It needs to be connected to number of deaths. Ooh. See, then it gets really in the weeds. I see what you're saying is like, okay, we're in this dungeon. People are getting it done, but we're pulling one mob at a time, and everybody's doing 5 DPS. Right? So they're not dying, but this key is doomed. I'm going to be here for a week. I'm absolutely going to be here for a week. Would it be better if you have a certain amount of deaths that the... How about this? Might be something to consider. If you hit something like 15 or 20 deaths, that you have the option of leaving penalty free. So if it's turned into a weekly no leavers, but these guys are like, no, I want to get my key done, and you're still stuck on like boss number 1. You'll just go and spam die then. I mean, you could then implement something that it can't be based on a single person. Like, if someone is trying to... I assume you don't get debuffed if you get kicked, right? So if somebody is... Yeah, you talk about ninja pulling and stuff. That person would get kicked regardless, right? And probably not get done. Gotta be wipes, though. Yeah, so if it's like if you've had, say... if each person in the dungeon has died 4 times, right? It's 20 deaths. Everybody in this dungeon has died 4 times, that you have the option of leaving penalty free. It's a shit account? Yeah. You could deliberately wipe on the boss. Well, yeah, but at that point, it's doomed anyway, right? These are extreme scenarios. Those, if you think about it in terms of the extremes, you can do a ton of different things. I'm talking more like... I get it, you're trying to make sure people stay in the dungeon, but there is metrics you can follow that are like, this is clearly just fucked. But socially pressuring people to stay in a bad situation, I think, is even more dangerous. And worse. As frustrating as it is that some dickhead leaves your key because, you know, you didn't do 8 million DPS or you messed up one complicated pull that you were trying to pull off. I get that. But if the key is showing blatant, objective, you know, literally tangible signs of being absolutely fucked, and you're pressuring some people to stick around, I don't think that's right either. What about if the threshold for being able to leave penalty free on the vote starts at 5 people have to agree that every X amount of deaths? Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, deaths is the easiest metric to follow, right? should base on the timer. So if your time expires, you're allowed to leave penalty free. I could see that being more regularly used by the people who are just in the dungeon for score. I've seen so many different claims. It's always hard to tell with Mythic Plus stuff, because when I tested out, I did the TDP, obviously, as did Finn. We did them for a couple of years. Is it just... I had one in, like, every 50 dungeons fall apart. For me, from my perspective, it was not a widespread problem, although obviously it's a very small sample size. But, the biggest complaints I saw in recent memory over the last 12 months or so is people who are farming score. And if they're not going to get the score, even if you're about to kill the last boss, they leave, because they're not going to get what they want out of it. Like, they're done. So they just ditch the dungeon at that point, because if I can't get my... And then they just leave these 4 people with the last boss to kill, or 1 trash pack in the last boss, and they leave. Can we fix the root of the issue is that a key is broken if someone leaves? It's more about not wasting people's time. Mythic Plus has a major root problem. You are correct. 1, pugging it is a joke. Right? Pugging Mythic Plus is a fucking joke. Unless you're... Like, if you're pugging Mythic Plus on the regular, I don't know what you're doing. Like, I couldn't do it without... I mean, I did it for content, but I'm literally getting paid to do it at that point. But if I'm playing casually, I'm playing with friends in Mythic Plus. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, when I just see these people queuing for hours and hours of their lives waiting for it to happen. That's what I'm saying, you know. Most people are pugging Mythic Plus. And I'm like, okay. And that's a shit show. That's a shit show. So 1, the queues take too long. They're too picky. Everybody's just looking for whoever has the highest score. You're just a value, or just a number at that point. And it just makes the system continuously get worse and worse and worse. Certainly over the course of a season, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And it's like... What is this system? All I see this doing is making it harder to form a group. Instead of applying to groups for 30 minutes, it'll be 45 plus. I don't think this helps, though. Maybe. I mean, I would like to be positive about this, but I feel this... Unless you actively do put them in a... You have to group, which you can't do just because of class distribution and role distribution. Like, if you had to go down to only play with marked players, God, that would be horrendous. That would be proving grounds all over again. Yeah, they're not going to do that. There's just not enough players going to end up in that scenario. My personal against it is I understand it's a big problem. I do. I'm not. It's a problem for a lot of people, especially people who are coming home, want to get their weekly M+ done. They're queuing for fucking an hour to get in there. They finally get in there, and then some guy leaves because he's not happy with your transmog or whatever. I get it, but I really don't like feeling socially pressured to stick into a losing situation. I don't like that at all, especially getting a mark for it. I'm like, brother. Well, it depends how many times you leave. They're probably going to be quite lenient on this to start with. It might be like 10 dungeons or something. If you're leaving 10 dungeons in a row, I wonder if this system resets. I wonder if you do like, if you leave like 9 times and then complete a dungeon, does it reset? Or does it tally up? I wonder how they're going to figure this in the background. Somebody will figure it out pretty goddamn quick. Like, people will science this. Yeah, I don't know whether they'll ratio it if you're, you know, if you're leaving 3 of every 5, something like that. It should be a permanent record like in fighting games. It all adds up to a percentage in the end. Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll certainly be interesting. It's a bold move. There's more stuff? How is there more stuff? This is just from Tettles. What's the Mad Moonkin done now? A new 1-button assistant weak aura just dropped that doesn't pay the GCD penalty and will press your cooldowns for you. It's based off of Kelly data, so it's better than your normal rotation as well. It's fixed. And here's your problem. Blizzard's trying to do something. They're trying, and then the players are like, oh, no shit, we can totally make this. That's a cool keyboard, yet it's so close to the monitor, which is obviously done for the video, but it still makes me sick. Who the fuck is RCA? Who are they? RCA. Although he looks like he's at a venue. There's noise in the background, but that might be his air conditioning because he's in America. RCA. RCA Evolution Series. I've never heard of them. They're OG? Yeah, I've never heard of RCA. They're blazing fast, apparently. Yeah, they're blazing fast. So they fixed it already. Good. Good, 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 good. It's from the 80s. So's Tattles, though. He's a classic Southern boy. He's a classic Southern boy. First thing he said to Emma when he met her in, like, 2016 was... I think it was like, hey, ma'am. Something like that. Called her mom. Emma's never been called that in her life. She's been called Dirtbox. Gingerface. You know, all kind of names like that. Mom? Oh, my. I thought he was trying to steal my woman. Charming motherfucker. You know what I mean? I thought he was all over it. I assume most people are happy with this. Dare we delve into the nightmare world? MMO champion. Let's have a look. See, you know what I don't like? There's a lot of vindictive people in World of Warcraft. There's a lot of vindictive people. They can't really abuse this though, right? It is a lawless place. It's better than the Wowhead comment section, which is saying something. Yeah, there's just a lot of people really relish in people's misery, which, I mean, it explains my audience a lot, like knowing your behavior. It's true. It's true. Yeah, no perfect solutions. I actually agree with Mr. BioOmega here. They're glad they're trying something. See how the community takes it. I think that's a fair shout. Well, we finally got the new raid. Happy news. Is that everything? They didn't announce anything else, right? Surely. Go to Delos of Sodium. Look up MMO Champs discussion on the recent patch story. No.
Do you think...
Do I think?
With this Mythic Plus leaving thing, that it's kind of a band-aid solution instead of addressing the actual problem, which is that it foments toxicity in the game design itself?
Well, that's been our point from... I don't know how they change it at this point without redesigning it.
Well, that's the question.
Yeah,
like, can you even fix it if you wanted to?
Wow, you can't compare it to FF, right? Because WoW is so performance-based.
Yes.
It's a combat-based game more than anything else. And you kind of have to push up in FF to get to that environment. Their dungeons are not even close.
No.
I mean, it's Criterion, but we know not many people take part in that. It's not the experience they're looking for. I don't know. WoW is just such a performance trying to change that mentality, it's like trying to change the core foundation of the game. Not really.
I mean, ideally, I suppose if I was to try and kind of backseat it almost, is like stop keys degrading at all unless you want.
The key degrading thing should never be a thing.
That makes sense to me as well. And make it more, I don't know, maybe more guaranteed loot but not infinitely repeatable. Maybe is how you would do that. So it's a little less. I don't know.
I don't think loot's even the issue. It's the experience people have a problem with.
Yeah.
Do you get what
I mean? If people didn't think the stakes were maybe as high, I don't know.
I think Mythic Plus for a lot of people is a vault unlock. There are some people who are like the tryhard nerds who have got to farm.
They're going after a trinket.
Yeah, they're going to farm like fucking, like, you know, Lorgot. They're going to farm Knockhood or Tobo 17 times to get the trinket. They're going to do that.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, at least it even was for me, Mythic Plus was just a route to get the vault unlock to go with it. for, you know, if you were looking for that kind of thing.
I guess you'd make Depleto less punishing as well.
Depleto should not be punishing. Putting that much effort in Mythic Plus or that much risk on the key holder is wrong.
Yeah.
In a pugging environment. It's just wrong.
That has always been the big problem, right? Is that the person who has the key holds all of the risk.
Yeah.
For the group. So if someone tanks your key, of course you're going to be mad.
Yeah, I think the timer does need to stay. I understand people hate the timer, and especially the pressure it puts on them.
Part of the experience.
It is, and also you don't want dungeons where it's actively a good idea to
pull like one
save Bloodlust forever, or go, or like
you pull one pack at a time
and CC everything, and you just do one mob at a time. That's yeah. The timer needs to stay, but I do understand why people dislike it. Most of the toxicity comes from the depletions. Maybe. I mean, it's hard. I want to empathize, but it's just not the experience I've had in any of the years since Mythic Plus came in Legion. I just haven't had that experience outside of certain dungeons. Like, the worst case scenario I've experienced personally was when I got stuck with Cathedral of the Eternal Night during the challenge I did, the Warlock challenge, on the secret character. Yeah, that's the only time this system has really got toxic for me, was that Cathedral of the Eternal Night key I had, where I ended up with like 6 groups, and then ended up downgrading it from an 11 to like a 7 or a 6 or something. Like, absolutely horrendous. Like, I presented it in like an entertaining way, kind of, but I cannot tell you how much I wanted to smash my fucking living room or my office to pieces doing that, and just having it fail over and over and over and over again. Like, I was enraged. Actually enraged. So glad I wasn't live streaming at the time, and so I could calm down a bit before I talked about it into a microphone, rather than just be caught on skill issue. Dude, anybody who remembers launch Cathedral of the Eternal Night will know what horror that was, and how gutted I was to see that key appear, because I was flying until that key appeared in my bags, and I was just like, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. No one could do it. It was slightly overtuned. And I say slightly because let's go back to Legion Plus, where it felt like you could go nuts and pull loads of shit without needing to track 3 casters. But, well, I mean, that's hopefully what they're doing now, Finn, right? That's the idea with the add-on reduction, is it'll go back to that a little bit. If you did that challenge again, but also nerfed how well you played to be to be on par with many, I guess the experience would be different. I tried that. Do you know, I did the I'm the worst player in the raid, but I can still succeed in Mists of Pandaria, where I actively was the lowest damage and highest damage taken character. What I realized is I can't... This isn't a brag, because you guys will actually be in the same scenario if you've played the game for a long time, is you can't get rid of that muscle memory of how to play the game. Like, I can't pretend to be a bad player. Right? I just am a bad player. But you get the idea. You can't pretend to be a genuinely shit player who's making decisions that just don't even compute in your brain. Like, you can't do it. It's just not a thing. The best I could... I actually had to play well to take the most damage and do the least. Do the least is fine. I just didn't attack. But taking the most damage while not dying, which made me way worse than somebody who just got hit and died... So that was the point, right? It's like, it's not just a case of I get hit and I die, but I have to take all the damage but not die. That was hard. That was hard to do. Yeah, we see it all the time. Like, you'll jump into a game that somebody knows really well, and they can't even physically understand how you can't do something. We had it recently with... it wasn't Lies of P. It was something else we played recently where somebody was really upset about a system. I remember someone being in the chat that actually hadn't even unlocked for me in the game yet. And they were really, really mad about it. That we weren't doing something that literally was not even unlocked in the game for me at that point. Like, it was just, like, completely locked off. I don't even know what you're talking about. And then we found it, like, an hour later. It's like, oh, yeah, that's the thing. Gradient strike counter. It might have been gradient. Yeah, it might have been gradient. Like, you're not using gradients. It's like literally not even available in the game yet. Never heard of it. What's the thing? Besides depletion, when it comes to rewards, what if they also made a certain point where M+ makes a special Mog Mage Tower? You see, I don't know enough about it now. Certainly what Blizzard's metrics show. The reward structure of M+, for me, is very limited. If you've tried to farm M+, for, like, gear, outside of the first few runs, the drop-off in rewards is so fast in Mythic+. But it's always been that way, and I think most people are kind of okay with it. Unless there's some ridiculously overpowered trinket, like Theater of Pain, or whatever, that you have to refarm every season. God bless Shadowlands. If you're looking to gear up via Mythic Plus, you can do that so fast, because after that, you're going to see the same cloak over and over again, or random belt, XYZ. And at that point, Mythic Plus becomes just a tool for vaults, and for some people to get Keystone Master and score, right? Well, it's where your depletions are a problem. Like, you guys tell me you're still actively playing, like, on the weekly. Since they put in the score thing, like, actively into the game, have you noticed a dramatic increase in issues with depletion? Like, people are more angry now about depletion. Because people weren't that arsed about depletion a while ago. Because they still got their vaults. They're like, I kind of got what I want out of it. Crest farm? Yeah, crests. Cresties. Do they give you less crests if you deplete? Is that the thing? I just don't do Mythic Plus anymore. Yeah. I obviously understand the nature of rewards and what crests do, though. Yeah, so, okay, so that's probably more of a problem. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I think if you finish the last boss, your key doesn't upgrade. I think that's punishment enough for me. If you persevere through and you struggle and you get it, I think you should get the gear. I think it's honestly just a kind of cruel twist that you finish and you get through the finish line and you get it done, and then you have stuff taken off you for sticking with it and maybe even pushing yourselves as a team. I don't see the problem with it, especially if the good crests are capped anyway. It's not like you're getting more than someone else. I don't see what the fucking problem is. You won't get the score. Okay. But you still finished. You still did your job. Like, I just don't see... I have never seen in World of Warcraft why there has to be punishments on people for that kind of stuff. I don't get it. And I also don't get why other people care about what other people get. I just don't see it matters. I don't see it matters. If your crests, your good ones, are capped, and your Mythic Plus run takes 2 fucking hours, but you did it, give them the fucking crest, dude. Like, why the fuck do you care? Why do you care? What's the fucking problem? I don't understand what the problem is. Like, no. You're not allowed that. You do it again, and you do it better, and then you can have your Chocky Bar at the end. Right? And then you get all the loots. Double punishment, no score, and reduced crest. Yeah, if you complete it, like, anybody who's doing high Mythic Plus is doing it for score and bragging rights anyway. And no key upgrade. You don't get the score, you don't get the key upgrade, because you obviously failed. That's fine. I want my Chocky Bar. Yeah. If you do it for 2 hours, then you deserve those crests. Fucking right, in my opinion. I don't think you should get reduced rewards. I don't think that's should ever be a thing. No reduction. The punishment is your key didn't upgrade, and you didn't get any score from it. Fine. And you know what? That makes sense. You shouldn't be in a higher level key. Alright. I think that's fine. Everything else remains perfectly the same. That's that. And people would what? I missed that one. Person like a +2, every person would get at least 1 item. That could, yeah, they're very careful to balance M+ so that it doesn't completely nullify raiding. That's always been the fear with Mythic Plus, is like if you just have an endlessly... certainly if you made it technically unfailable in terms of rewards system, that you could just fucking troll your way through. Raiding sucks anyway. Yeah, but try, if you can, look at it through the eyes of someone who enjoys raiding. If you can do that, then consider that maybe they want to balance the both things out as best they possibly can. So that it's a decent route for both players to go along, and not just the Blizzard does not want to make it that it's overwhelmingly just better that way. It's yeah, I'm the opposite, right? I love raiding. Mythic Plus, I could take or leave. I did it as a requirement to be a high-end raider, but other than that, I don't get much joy out of it. I just kind of want it to be do my weekly and then focus on raiding. Some people enjoy both, some people do anything else. Yeah, exactly. So, like, you know, for those, they try and balance it. If you had just one source, it's like, this is just significantly the least, the path of least resistance is what they call it. If this is just way the path of least resistance in every single shape or form, then people are just going to do that. And then you kill an entire portion of your game. And that's not smart either. You don't want to do that. Oh, thank you, Durns. What does Scripe say? Scripe's still waiting for the announcement where they remove PTR testing. And global release, obviously. Yeah, and global release. I just enjoyed a power up for raiding and portals for convenience. Couldn't care less about the score. So yeah, everybody's different. Remember, MMOs are a buffet. And I wish more... I'm not saying you guys are in this boat, but it's very clear when you read a lot of forum posts that people don't realize it's a buffet because they don't care when a part of that buffet is taken away that they don't eat. They don't give a shit. MMOs are a buffet. There's supposed to be stuff for everybody. Even if you don't like that part, it's fine. It's fine. The only people who will decide what to remove from that menu are the people who realize we've been making this dish for a year now and absolutely nobody eats it. That's a waste of time. But a big portion of our community loves raiding, loves other things. It's a buffet that occasionally gives you food poisoning. Like any good buffet. Yeah. Well, I've always called it a buffet, because when I hear people like, oh, there's only, say, I can't remember what the last numbers were, like 100,000 players completing the latest Mythic Plus Mythic raid or whatever, then that's not a lot of people, so we should just get rid of it. It's like, well, you're only saying that because it doesn't affect you. Right? For those 100,000 people, that's a huge part of the game that's now not here. And you've just determined, well, it doesn't bother me. And the better analogy is always like, where should the legendary weapon drop? And every single person, pretty much, right? Besides the little outliers, every single person will suggest it should drop at the level of content they do. But anybody who's below them shouldn't have access to it. So the Mythic Raiders think that legendary weapons should come from Mythic. The Heroic Raiders think it should come from Heroic and Mythic. The Normal Mode Raiders think it should come from Normal, Heroic, and Mythic. LFR players think it should be accessible to everybody. But the Heroic Raiders think it shouldn't come from Normal or LFR, and vice versa. Everybody likes to tweak it so that they get their piece of the pie, but the other people don't get their piece of the pie. They get fucked. Yeah, you shouldn't get it in there. It should come from wherever I'm at, because that's where I'm at, and I want to get my Legos, right? That should be basically it. But overall, we're going on a weird tangent there, but it's always good to discuss WoW and MMOs in general. There's such a... Obviously, I find it super interesting and always have. As for our boy here, Demencius... They're bigging up the size. What are they going to do with it? What are they going to do with it? They've made the big old fat model. What are they going to do with it? As big as Stormwind. Big laser beams. We've had that. You can't just do N'Zoth again, right? With rotating laser beams. We've had that. Oh, you think we'll go Pacific Rim? Using the technology of the Goblins of Undermine, we've made giant mechs for everybody. So now you'll play giant mech warriors, giant mech mages, giant mech warlocks. You'll no longer be your character, you'll be playing it like Power Ranger. You'll be in Mega Mech. You know, honestly, now I've said that, that's not even a bad idea. So 5 of you have to Power Ranger into a big Zord, and you have to work together with button combinations and things to do stuff. That would actually be kind of fun.
You kind of settled on an idea I had a while back. This is not for this boss. But you know Galacrond? The big dragon.
The big dragon guy, yeah.
I was really hoping that was going to be one of the bosses back in Dragonflight. And I had the idea that what the raid should have been is you get eaten by Galacrond at the start of the raid.
Yeah.
So anyone who's played Gears of War 2, like when you get eaten by the worm, the raid would be inside Galacrond. So all the bosses would be in different body parts and stuff as you work through.
Oh, so the raid itself is within his body.
Yeah. But then at the end, you come out and get powered up by the Dragonflight and full power range is up, and you literally fight with like Stormwind there, like small, and it's a massive raid, but it's still a raid fight.
Yeah. It's like a
but
dragon
at,
or
like,
dragon
a big
fight.
scale, but it'd be massive. So it'd be like, you know,
I kind of picture it like an enormous ruby weapon encounter.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
How do you get out?
Through the butthole.
Yeah, do you escape through?
Yeah.
Do we leave through the pipe?
Exactly, yeah.
Classic Chris. Yeah.
Snackboy fantasy.
It would be called the Vor Raid, though. You know that, right?
That is true, I guess.
You know what they should have called it? If they ever made a raid where you're eaten by a creature and you're inside it, they should call it the Vault of Resurrected Enemies.
Fuck off.
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if they made a raid where you're literally fighting inside a giant creature.
Like looking for more Vor.
Yeah, WoW Vor, and that's what you have to Google to find the guides and things. You have to go Wowhead Vor. That's the way you should throw it out. It's the Vault of Resurrected Enemies, and it's like a big ghost that has like the shadow of fucking Garrosh or whatever in there. Yeah, that'd be good. So the Cerberus in World of Darkness, a whole raid. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm just curious. They're bigging up the size. Actually, again, I shouldn't be doing this. Do you notice there's green on the back of his head? And it kind of looks like a platform. See that? You see it though, right? There's green up there. Like trees or something. I'm just saying, you can see it up there. There is definitely some green up there. There is, man. There is. Enhance. Enhance. Oh, come on. No, zoomies. This website has got dog shit. Fuck off! I hate this website now. You are being replaced, sir. That's green. It's mold? That's green. That's what that is. That is green. It's mythic phase only. Uh-huh. 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 Well, there's nothing else green on him. Ooh, there is a bit of a sparkle around here. No. Okay, let's face facts. This fight is going to be terrible. Absolutely awful. It's just going to be you have to stand in different places over and over. It's not. It's distinctly a different color. It's going to be a terrible fight. Absolutely awful fight. Yeah, it's going to be so bad. So bad. In fact, let's run the numbers. Okay. New raid. So, let's do it here. Wipe count. Plexus Sentinel, 0. This is from the World First Guilds. Lumenthar, 2. Soulbinder Nazindri, 165. Forge Weaver Araz, 2. The Soul Hunters optional encounter, 0. Fractilus, 483. Nexus King Saladar, 621. Dimensius, 32. That is my prediction. Absolute doom posting. That is my prediction. That is going to be the wipe count during the Race to World First of how this is going to throw down. It's going to be on the money. The optional account will literally be the hardest boss. What do you mean? Let's see what loot this thing has. I wonder if we'll have, I think it would be the first time ever, a live Race to World First where one of the bosses in the raid isn't killed before the last one. Like, if the Soul Hunters turns out to be no useful loot and hard, they might dip it. I mean, the last time I think we saw something like that would have been the one where Paragon skipped Butcher. Paragon were like, fuck it. No point. Why would we spend time with the butcher? It's really hard. We can just go to the end boss. If it's optional, do you still need to kill it for the race to world first? No. Last boss is last boss. Last boss is last boss. Doesn't give a shit if you didn't kill the other things. Yeah, it's world first. The only time I've ever seen that discussion legitimately come up was that Yogg-Saron Zero Lights was actually the really hard boss. That's the last time I've seen that discussion come up, is that way harder than Algalon was Yogg-Saron Zero. Yeah, we did Mana Forge Omega any percent. And then there's all bosses, which is interesting. It might even be a nice twist. I mean, I know I get excited about the race, and I'm not going to let that go. But imagine Dimensius dies, and then they go back to do Soul Hunters because they skipped it. And Soul Hunters is fucking giga hard. And then the race is like, the race is over. Hang on a minute. No, it's not. Which would be a lot more like... I mean, we have had that in the past as well with the Obsidian Dragon. The fuck was his name? Where you did him with the 3 dragons. You didn't kill the pre-dragons. The fuck was that guy called? Wrath of the Lich King. You know what I'm talking about. That motherfucker. I want to say Sartharian, but it's not called Sartharian. Is it Sartharian? The guy who sent the waves across the platforms and you had the 3 drakes. So Sartharian. Yeah. Sartharian was like that. Sartharian died and everyone was like, wow, that boss is shit. And then, you know, Method were like, yo, have you seen this thing with 3 fucking dragons? This thing is brutal. This thing is hell on earth. That was fun. It's optional because it drops the key to his neck platform where you do extra damage. Oh, can you imagine? So it's like the loom in Expedition 33. Like, Dimensius is actually really hard if you don't do the Soul Hunters. So this is like 1,000 pulls. It's 100 if you kill Soul Hunters. Because he's got no soul, so he just AFKs. So not optional at all. Well, it depends if they know about it, right? Depends if they know. It's interesting to have an optional encounter. I wonder how the guilds will tackle an optional encounter. It'll depend on the loot. Is it worth our time? What does it drop? If it's all dropping fucking healer loot, good luck. The best healer trinket comes from there. Does it? That is a great story. That is a wonderful story. Anyway, on to Fractalus. That is a great story, and I look forward to listening to your newsletter and your video. Yeah, that was so good. Healers are always screwed. Not these days. They're not too bad these days. They get a bunch of stuff. They drop it out and buff your artifacts, so they got to do it. Oh, have you seen a loot table? They buff the capes, do they? Or the Rashi wraps. It drops gear that increases the power of the artifact cloak. Will that matter in the first couple of weeks? Versus time taken to kill them. If they want it for an artifact upgrade, I imagine it's going to be quite easy, you know. Yeah, it then comes down to time. Is this worth it? Is this something we do at the end of the week? I don't know. That's going to be interesting to play. We'll see what they do. If it's free item level, maybe. The questions come up, is the wrap. The wrap is required, I assume, like the Lego cloaks were. They prevented you from going insane or whatever the fuck we were wearing at the time. Yeah, but it might be... Is it optional or optional? Like, mop dailies were optional. Unless you wanted the legendary cloak. Which, you know, you don't have to get the legendary cloak if you don't want to. So it's technically optional. You know what I mean? Oh, no, I'm saying the cloak you get outside. The cloak you get on the main... The fucking new daily zone. Right? Koresh. You get the cloak in Koresh. They're giving you that because it's an outdoor mechanic. You'll want it in here, obviously. But will this drop something that's, like, significantly better? That's what I mean by, is it optional or is it optional? Like, yeah, you're going to want to do this thing. Like, in which case, what's the point? Just make it a boss. It's a thing. All right, let me have a piss and then we'll do some gaming because it's like 11:30 already. Jesus Christ. All right. Right, I think we've got essentially a last boss to kill. Let's do that. Let's do that, my friends. Oh, I'm always excited for the race. I think we're going to have some really scuffed scuffed raids coming up. It's what I suspect is going to happen. I hope they nail it, but I'm not sure. Let's go. Let's see what it's got waiting for us. In a game I'm not sure is good or not. I'm more curious about this game now than anything else. I live in a world of... I don't know if this is a good game or not. It keeps doing things that make me feel angry and frustrated, and then I have these points of happiness, and then I don't know. What's happening here? I have control up and down, but no buttons. Lies of P. It's a Souls-like. Very well received, but definitely some design choices from my perspective that are questionable. What is happening here? Why can't... What is going on?
Glad to be able to watch stream again. Still working through Expedition 33 and catching up with the VODs.
Excellente. My sir. Yeah, I saw Sebi was doing Simon this morning. There we go. Sebi was doing Simon this morning without Lune, so basically Sebi's wasting his fucking time. Absolute idiot maneuver. Well, if you missed yesterday, because I was on scuffed times because of my son, we killed what I happily dub as the worst... one of the worst council boss I've ever done in a Souls-like, for sure. Not the worst boss ever, but up there. I absolutely fucking hated it. It was horrible. Didn't take us long. It took us about an hour to kill. But it pissed me off. Hello, puppy.
Aye, but also Wallaloo.
Aye. Is that the wrong way? This way. This way. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some co-op stuff with Sebi coming up. We've been trying to plan it for a while. What would you rate as the worst Souls boss?
The Crown of the Sunken King? Sure.
What is the worst Souls fight ever? You can't include something like Covetous Demon because it's such a meme. Hey, it's Dogface Guy! Oh, is this his apprentice?
Wait. Mercy! I'm just a thief who followed the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. No. I'm a treasure hunter. Alidoro the Hound. I left my real name behind, you see? Okay, alright. Okay, fine. I'll drop the pretense. Don't kill me, and I'll show you good treasure.
I don't want to kill you. I want
ahead.
soul weapons.
I don't know what it is exactly, but you might be able to get on something.
189 days till Christmas.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Enables dodging even with low stamina.
Hello, Preach. It's me.
Has a chance of not being
Less than 3.
Ooh. What's the chance? 5%? 1%? What is this WoW tooltip? Upon a successful perfect guard, temporarily increase damage inflicted by weapon attack. Temporarily increase physical damage upon a successful... Ooh. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. The Arm of God Amulet. I like the sound of that. Fury attack dodge available. What does that mean? Fury attack dodge. Which food are you and Medic deep throwing at the race this time? I have no idea if what's going on with the race? I don't know if Medic's going to be there. I don't know if I'm going to be there. Like, they've only just had the dates announced, so I assume we'll start hearing things soon. Oh, you can dodge red attacks. Okay. Right, we'll take this, though, because this just looks good. Just damage increase while attacking. We like that. Have we got anything that scales with strength? The Frozen Feast. Ooh. Instantly release your weapon. Increase attack speed temporarily. Gather your strength for a big forward slash. Okay, let's get the Frozen Feast. Oh, I don't have it. Okay. Yeah, that must have been what? Yeah, is that Broken Heroes? No? Have I missed a boss? King's Flame Ego. Parade Leader Zergo. Oh, is it from that one? Ah, bastard. Yeah, they're both good items. I don't know if we're going to use that, because I don't like the idea of it having a chance. I don't like that. We might use that if we have to do some sort of heavy parry. Oh, I can't get that either. Fuck me, I suppose. Yeah, because we've got the Holy Sword. Okay. Alright. Right, go and get on a boat. What do we currently have? So we could swap that for... Oh, it makes us heavy? Brother. Brother. Yeah, there's a box. Okay, more stuff for the shop. Am I just dropping down? There's a dock up ahead.
It was a total attack. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood, the Fox, the Cat, and Alidoro too. I don't even want to guess what they might be planning, pal. This way must lead to their headquarters, shall we?
Oh, there's a path behind him. Fair enough. Alright, we're going to the headquarters. No problem. It was hard to see, okay? I feel like Foxboy is going to betray us because we sent him somewhere where it wasn't maybe super safe.
Hey, look! That lever resembles... Yes! It seems we can use it to call a submarine.
A submarine? I feel like Foxboy is going to come and shout at us. Oh no, we're okay on the dialogue thing. It's fine. We'll do the DLC later. I'm so curious about the DLC. I really want to know what they thought worked and didn't. If the DLC has the Rabbit Brotherhood round 3... I will be so mad if they're like, oh, let's just do it again. It's so good. Oh. Orphan of Kos is showing up. That is not how you submarine, brother. That's not how you submarine.
Listen, pal. Nice landing, but let's not make it a habit. What the? Hey, it's Sophia.
Hello.
I am finally meeting you here. You're a clever one, so it shouldn't surprise you that the Sophia at the hotel isn't really me. My real self is on the upper part of the Abbey. I became his tool a long time ago. I have endured such pain. My soul split into pieces. Truth is, I guided you this far not to save Cropt, but to save me. I felt guilty about that. But I was so elated when you answered my call. Despite it all, I thank you. My spirit and my body have lived apart for too long. Perhaps in death, they will reunite. In peace.
She gonna be the real last boss?
Before my spirit diminishes further. Stargazer will guide you, clever one. If you find my body, please help me find peace. My guidance ends here. After images of memories rage on the seaside because of Ergo, please be careful. I can't hold out forever.
Okay. Sure, lady. All right. Oh God, it looks like we're going towards the last boss in Souls 3. Gale. Any mounts? I was thinking the same thing, Glenn. There's...
I want to go home. I don't want to be here. How many sleeps till Daddy's back? 10 sleeps? 20?
Soon enough. You know he's quite busy. While you wait, why don't you leave me your friend? His name is Romeo.
Romeo.
Hi. Are you trained to be a stalker too? Let's practice together. Call me Lampwick.
Yeah, the king of the puppets. Call me Lampwick. Did we meet someone called Lampwick?
He didn't even come to your graduation? I don't care if an old man like that kicks the bucket. Don't say that. It's nice you got any family at all. Let's start talking about this. Oh, she's here. Grab her.
She's here. Grab her. Is this Geppetto as a boy? Or maybe Simon's Geppetto's son? Is this Simon?
Please teach me how to use a sword. You're a legendary stalker.
Ugh, so annoying. Germany, get rid of them. I'm off.
No. I'm sorry. I was too late. I wish I'd got here sooner. If I had known this would happen.
The Ergo is whispering. Wow, she slacked at her job, right? Unbelievable. Arch Abbey entrance. Let's go and take care of those cannons before we do anything else, shall we? Ha ha! Well, you got hit, dude. Shoot me! Fire! Ah. I know what's going on. I'm a puppet. But I might turn into a real boy. That's pretty good. Oh god, this guy. I say. Lies! I landed on soft sand. I've seen parkour idiots jump fucking 30 feet and be okay there. That is some bullshit, dude. I was hoping those cannons would have done more damage to it, though. It barely had any damage. My knees are not old and fragile. I have very strong knees, thanks. My mum never complained. We can clearly just run past this, but I wonder if these drop something nice. Okay. Dudes, let's all fucking relax. No! You're taking the Peter Schmeichel. You're taking the fucking Peter piss out of me here. They're trolling. They're trolling so hard. It's interesting the cannons don't respawn. Oh, whatever. Fuck this area. I'm out of it. Fucking call your mum and tell her a story. I'm arsed. This fucking guy. Got more cannons. The loot is so shit. You can shot puts and stuff. Does this guy not have any leash? He just goes forever. Still coming. Alright, good. Is this Modified Victor? This looks like Modified Victor. Oh, he's got a weak knee. I missed every parry because I'm the best. Oh, stamina. Cheeky. Oh, it's a riposte. Got it. I parried. You lie. That's a lot of damage. Ooh, ooh, spicy. The high-level alchemist badge. Sure. Literal door boss. Yeah. It looks like we have ourselves a big old building. Alright. 8K. We need more capacity again. 14,000 now? Jesus. I mean, we've still got a DLC to go. I see no reason to junk all our ergo just yet. We could do with getting up to that cannon. I don't like fighting with these silly cannons waiting for us. Okay. Oh, Jesus! Cheeky monkey. I guess the game still continues to play while cutscenes are playing. Noted. Alright, it's Cannon Boy up here. Rude. Where? Okay, we got a dude chilling up here. I heard Cannon Boy still firing. Ah, you were bait for a cannon blast. Let's see. As are you, I suspect. Okay. The heavy attacks, they do nothing. Should wait for him to fire before we go up this ladder. Woohoo! Woohoo! He's got to shoot me at the top of the ladder, isn't he? Okay. Is it worth it? You know it's not. Let's kill Cannon Guy first. Oh shit! Oh, that is Uber bait, you fucker. There we go. Alright. Now we can collect the looty looties. Unless there's yet another cannon. Alright. Steady, Mike. Twinkle toes now. Twinkle toes. Gentle. Very nice. Very nice. And there's a shortcut. Hey. Shortcuts we like. I agree. I think there's going to be more cannons up here. Either that or we're directly at a boss now we opened up the shortcut. Well, probably not, looking at the size of this thing. Ah. Oh dear. Wait, are they both... Nope. Wait, not two together, surely. Hold on. Do I have any sticks? I didn't need one. I love accidentally missing. Fuck you! Alright, it looks like you're about to shit on my face, and I don't like it. What's that, a belly bounce? Taking the piss with these slowly backing away from my attack trundles you're doing. That should have absolutely hit. I feel betrayed. I feel like it was mean and unnecessary. He like so gradually walked backwards. Alright, how many of you are following me up the stairs? Everybody? All right, good. Ha! Where's the riposte position? What? What the fuck? Where was it? I didn't see a mark on the floor. Bamboozled. The Veteran's Amulet. Hi. Oh, no, no, no! Broke that. Oh, that was my fault. You having stutter shoes? Yeah, we're crispy clean over here, dude. No, that was my fault. I should have gone defensive. I could see he was close to a stagger, so I was like, I could probably pull it off. I could not, as it turned out. I'm hoping they don't respawn, though. It's a little lengthy to kill. But let's find out. They don't. Good. Alright. Let's see if I can get these to de-aggro over here. One of them changed their mind. That'll do. Oh. Nice tracking, sir. Gold stars for you. I feel like this guy wants me to waste the Fable because there's a boss coming up. He's got a shit on me again. He's lining it up. Right, where's the fucking... Whatever. Whatever. It lights up, but I couldn't see the floor spot. They've got very specific riposte animations. So it's like in the armpit or something. Or maybe it's just the face. It could be it's probably the face. Spooky. Hello. Is this just where you hang out? Yeah? Just chilling with your boys? Oh! No way! Like, literally, what, a quarter-second react time there on that guy? If that. hello. How about, right, we put a poise mechanic in for the super attack that you've now had me waste 4 times. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. No custom arsehole animation like we got with the hippos in Bloodborne. That's not nice. Yeah, the piggies. Remember the piggies at the top of the castle? They had a nice custom analized backstab animation. Very nice. It's the little things that matter to me, you know what I mean? It's the little things. See, stealth check, your wide butts needs to be removed. I'm going to secretly do it over the weekend. You guys won't know a thing. You won't even realise it's gone. Saw that coming. We have people everywhere. There'll be Zero Slayer. He'll catch you at 2 a.m. in the middle, like, and be like, "Ha ha, tried to slip one past me, did you?" What is that? Is that an exploding barrel? I think it is. Yeah, this is. I don't trust it. Stuck on a wall. Dude, chill the fuck out, will you? There we go. Although she could not be completed, may she be with us through death. We couldn't get her to completion. You hate to see it. Ta-ta!
You can't take our butts away. We will always find a way. The butts revolution will prevail. Also 30 months.
I think you missed the butt revolution. It was quite a while ago now. Oh no, don't do it. That was when the Kardashians started plugging fucking everything, including orange juice, into their butts. Where does the shortcut go to? You heard the Cardassians? Who's your favourite Cardassian? Alright. It's me again, you fuck. Are you fucking kidding me? The explosion from my flame arm pushed me off. Are you fucking kidding me? I think Damar was my favorite. I love that guy. When everything went tits up, he just got hammered. Garak's too easy a choice, man. And he became a human. By the end of his life, technically not a Cardassian. Your answer is invalid and also shows poor Trek knowledge. I'm sad for you. Alright. Actually, he did become a Bajoran. True. Yeah, he was not a human. Oh, I'm wrong. Yes, best Cardassian. I'm getting my Trek knowledge wrong. Best Cardassian is Garak. Agreed. Not gay, by the way. No homo. Garak loved the pussy. Although those of us in the know call him Elim Garak. It's Jew, be a little gay. I'm talking about somebody else. I don't need a month to tell me I'm gay. I'm good. Fucking love cock. Butts. Guy butts.
You're a great streamer. Slash.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope your days are filled with happiness. You're still not gonna come down? There you go. Oh my god! Die! For fuck's sake. There's no way you guys wanted me to read all these fucking messages. I picked up 7 in the last 5. What is that?
Sorry, Mike. That was for Sebi's channel. You are not a great streamer. You are a greatly blind streamer. Love you anyway.
Sounds like lies and shenanigans. We've got 2 heals. This thing's gonna kill us. Oh my god. Okay, that is a... Okay, chill. Jesus. Relax. Dude, I'm so bored of parrying at this point. I think E33 burnt me out. I want to play some dodgy dodge. The acidic great curved sword.
What are you talking about? The Cardassians, are they from that beloved sci-fi show? Star Wars. The Next Generation. Return of the Khan.
Oh, I kind of like this. This is a cool weapon. Can I swap this scaling to motivity if I put... I'll only increase it by 1. Will it go from D to C? Will it go from D to C, or like will it change its entire stat structure to be motivity based. I'm kind of over this weapon now. Its short range is just so frustrating. I like the weapon, but feels a little weird respeccing everything at this point. Maybe it's worth. This weapon is getting on my nerves a bit. We're out of heals. Let's hope there's a bonfire up here. Or another shortcut. There's another doggy dog. Someone's shooting at me. Oh! Bye-bye. Quite the thrust. Something's going to push me back down the stairs. Right, that's bait. I can't see what's baiting me. Is there a thrust behind the Brox? This is totally bait. Use the iframes. Okay. Yo, that guy who's outside the castle had the key to everything. He must have been an important fella. That'll be back where the dog was. When we hit it once, we should get a heal back. I'm going to get hit by the thrusting cock of justice on the way down, aren't I? What's waiting for me here now? There's clearly something. There's dudes in the room behind it. Yeah, I kind of want to run through and get rid of Cannon Boy. Fucking Scripe. No, I'm not hyped about anything. I tell you, I did the pull count Scripe on the new raid. Last boss, I'm thinking 21, 22 max pulls.
You know what's even more
Dementius is so big that he suffers a cardiac arrest.
How awesome he was, but he was only in 36 episodes out of 176.
That's what's going to happen. He's so big, his body can't support it, has cardiac arrest, and just falls over and dies. Right, I'm going to boldly run through this area. Here we go. I'm being brave, Sir Robin. Okay, we got a heal back. Oh no, it's followed me! I hate this, I have to play well. Red one? Oh, the other mobs are here. Oh, this is... Kill them!
Doing the trilogy, and Mike has spent an hour talking about the rabbit fight yesterday in detail and the entire time he spent on it fighting.
In the book! Okay, we're alright. Excellent. We survived! We're gaming, we're gaming, we're gaming, we're gaming. Well, now we've killed all the enemies, which I didn't want to do. We can go and get the loot. Oh, yeah, you like the way I inserted that, didn't you? I don't know, Big Isaacs. I genuinely don't know if I even like this game. I really don't. What did I do, Bex? Was I rambling? If I've rambled, chop it out. You don't need to put all that shit in there. I did talk a lot this morning. If I'm just a rambler. Yep, live letter will be here, my friend. Live letter will be here. I'm going to fight in a row, like the entire fight itself. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. Every time we have any criticism of a Souls-like, it doesn't half bring out a lot of fucking... It brings the crazies out of the sewers. It's like a summoning stone for fucking... If you're like, oh, I don't like this fight, it's like, it's because you Welsh shit! It's too hard for you. It's like, well, we killed it in an hour. It didn't even take that long. It's like, yeah, it's because you're bad, though. Fucking idiot. So I like to try and be clear, but at the same time, it's probably boring for anybody who just thinks that, and the people who don't think that don't need it explaining to them. Who's giving the wiggy-waggy here? Right, I can see some thrusting cocks of justice. Noted. Did we miss a shortcut? Legit, Joel? Because I did not know how we get back here at all. If I just given up 14 a chance, he's post ARR. Now he sucks. He made it? Oh, legend. He made it past the Realm Reborn. Soon he'll be balls deep in Rafflegagger. We just got that pathway. Oh, I see a ladder action there. I see it, I see it. Is there a bonfire down there? Yeah. Is this worth it? Guys. And we got an acid grenade. So not worth it, Mike. I panicked. Not even gonna lie, I straight panicked there. No pretense. I straight panicked. It's not worth it. Let's leave it alone. Oh, I don't want to go in there. Oh, the big blade dogs respawn. Yeah, if you don't like Heavensward, it's far too long to get the next chunky payoff. If you're not into Heavensward and the way that story's going, you're probably not going to enjoy the rest. I mean, you might do, but it's a road after that. Of well, I absolutely adore it, but. Oh my god. See, I hate base Stormblood. It was the first time I was like, oh, this has kind of gone off the rails a little bit. No! Oh, God. Hate's a strong word. That's not the word. That's a gamer word. I didn't care too much for it. I didn't take kindly to it. I'll go with that. Okay. Another thrusting cock. Every time. Every time. This is like the third trap fortress we've been to. Okay, you straight block the door. And you backstep.
Mike, tell the chat how you've never played Spyro or Crash Bandicoot.
Nope, I did not play those. I was a child. See? Game is so cheap. It's just... so unnecessary. Every room is bait. Like, this game needs to stop being defended for putting 800 baits in and going when 1 out of 800 get you. Wait, what? You need a chosen one Trinity key. I have fucking 4 Trinity keys that I had to answer a shitty riddle guy for. And now this one needs a special, extra special Trinity key. Everything's... Alright, we've got a lot of buttons on the floor. Right, does the lift take us back up? Alright, there's a couple of things we can do. I got 1 Trinity room. Right, so... how do we get over to there? With the elevator thing? Okay. Well, you say easiest. It's only because you guys have heard it
this game. He's loving it so much. Look at him glowing in happiness.
Yeah, it's just never one I'd heard before. That's all. That was my crime. I'm a criminal. Am I seeing something underneath this? No, you can't get any. Fucking hell, Sniper Andy. I'm looking. Oh. I think we were supposed to go down. There was a chest below us. I thought that's where the elevator would take us. This is going to knock me off. Yep. Another knockoff game. Number 12 in this dungeon. Should we go this way? This goes back up. I think this is the progress path, right? Yeah, we've opened a shortcut to here, so I'm guessing this is the progress path. Yeah, okay. There's still a chest below us that we didn't get. And there was another way out of this area. Hold on. If we've opened a shortcut to it, I'm assuming this is the progress path. And plus, we should be going up the tower. How do we get that chest? I don't, not to start a thing, so I'm not bashing on the game. I think it's a good game. I think it's got a lot of problems, but I don't see how a strength build puts 150,000 similar baits into the game. You get what I mean? I just think that's not the issue, you know? I don't think speccing points into motivity causes the enemy placement. That makes no sense to me. What are you up to? This is another bait. You friend?
I'm not going back. I'm sick of consuming ergo. It's cruel. There's real meals and real songs out there. I'm not just a memory-reading tool. What? You're not the inspector?
I am the inspector.
If you're from the outside, that means we can leave. Thanks. I know the way out, so don't worry about me. Maybe I'll see you on the outside. I can read memories of ergo. Ergo is crystallized time and memory. But God, I hate having to consume ergo to read it. Why does it work like that? I can't stand it anymore, so I'm escaping. When I get out, I'm going straight to Rosa Isabel Street.
Okay. How do we get that chest in that other room? By not standing on those. How do we get up there? Ah, fuck it. What's up? I hope you guys aren't suggesting I don't enjoy the combat, because that's never been one of my complaints. I'm fine with the combat. I don't know. It seems I've seen it brought up a couple of times now. Like, that's not one of my issues at all. That would solve literally nothing. Yeah, level design, mob layouts, cheap tricks. In too high an abundance for my taste. So I said a lot of it feels very childish to me. Like, wouldn't it be funny if, you know? That's why I compared it a bit to Mario Maker in that regard. That's what I was thinking of a lot in some of the levels. Is like, okay, this feels like something somebody would say was funny. And then we get the, okay, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it again. Nope, game's fine. Forget it. I'm not doing it. It's fine. I can already see the comments that are going to drive me fucking wild. They're going to drive me over the fucking edge. Well, Dark Souls has that. It's like, dude, let's not go down this fucking road. It's fine. I love it. It's awesome. Everything's perfect. Hello. And who might you be?
Whoa!
Oh, you're that!
Is that you?
I guess.
Wow. You're really something. Seriously, that's impressive. How did you follow me all the way here? Fighting is always my last choice, you know? But you're not getting anywhere near my sister, friend. You'll have to go through me first.
Your sister? Who
And
the
I
fuck
actually
is your
thought we
sister?
were friends. Was any of that true? In the end, I really don't care. There's only one reason we were given a mission. I'll let you go if you give me gold coin fruit.
Oh, you're the fucking dude. Yeah. Dude, I don't give a shit.
I had a feeling we might eventually see eye to eye. I like you. Don't trust you yet, but I'm a cat.
Dude, you can have
I'm
fucking
slow to
20 of
trust.
them. I don't give a fuck. They grow every
sick of
5
it.
minutes, you know.
I'm sick of Krat. Sick to death of just surviving. Hurting, stealing, kidnapping. Surviving. When the hell does it end? My sister and I are going to leave for a different city. Get my eyesight back. A fresh new start as a family. And you have to know, that old man, Geppetto, is safe. We were never going to hurt him. So please, just let my sister go.
If she has a health bar, bro.
Ultimately, we want the same thing. And you have to know, that old man, Geppetto, ultimately...
/ mommy's alright, daddy's alright, they just seem a little weird. Surrender, but don't give yourself away. Hey.
So am I mad at them for kidnapping Geppetto? Because I don't really give a shit about Geppetto either. Like, keep that motherfucker for all I care. I'm after Manus's anus. Manus! I have come to bargain. There was another way down there. I assume that big ass room is if you don't give him your chocolate coins. But I have so many of them, like. If Geppetto dies, that makes Mike an orphan. I mean, I'm not even a real boy, you know? Got it. I'm a lady. I'm a little lady. Next bonfire, let's go and change our weapon up. I'm not sure what to. I thought we were in an elevator shaft. Good question here, though. How do we get where we were? We opened a lot of ladders. Go back. We opened a way across the big bridge. Ah, there we go. Hey, Black Cat's chilling. He's moving on. He's going to a new. He's going to a new city that isn't plagued with fucking petrification disease and people running around as furries and puppets running amok. And there isn't a crazy Santa Claus fuckboy running around with a big hammer. Not enough to really kill him, though, is it? Can I just go in here? I bet I was next to a bonfire, right? There's no way a boss run back goes across this many... Oh, will you fuck off?
This might be an odd gripe with the game, but I really wish we didn't have to play as a British twink.
How do you know we're British? We've not spoken. You don't know what school I went to. Although I do look like I probably drink coffee in Cambridge. Yeah. I'm not even going to look. I'm not even going to be tempted to look. That run back is too long. I don't think you can jump through this wall anyway. I think we're okay. I don't think we can. I don't think we can. I'll just leave it alone. Everything's fine. It's all good. No, Walrus. There's nothing there. Not even worth looking at. We must have fallen through one of these little gaps. Oh no! Oh, it's bait again. Yeah, the lift doesn't come all the way down to the edge of the shaft. Oh, you troll. You fucking troll. Alright. What should we play with? I'll do! Alright, I want something with longer range. I kind of liked this acidic great curved sword. I don't want to go with a weapon that's like generally slower than what you're using, like the puppet.
Damn big 20.
No, I changing the handle to a faster handle isn't going to make it longer, though, is it? Yeah, the Holy Sword had a very similar moveset to what we had. Was this a spear? What's the spear like? Oh, it's very short. It looks like a magic wand. So that's... it's kind of interesting. Right, we've got the Curse Knight's Halberd. Yeah, it feels like the same reach because we hold it sort of mid. Yeah, I don't want a hammer. We got this glaive. I like that. Ooh. Ooh. Does that come from the handle? It's on the right side. Storm Slash? Oh, we can't dismantle it. I like that weapon, though. Deflect counterattack. What is that? Using time with an enemy's attack to deflect it and dodge back. While dodging, follow up with a normal or special attack to deal more damage. Is that it? Does it just do the... Okay, so you have to move into it, I see. Oh, it automatically pulls you back. So they have to be very close. That's nice. What else we got here? Ooh, a little cleaver. I wonder if that causes any stagger, though. Like, the only problem I have with those chain attacks is if it doesn't do anything. So if an enemy's... You know, you can't flinch an enemy. Because that takes a long time to complete. Yeah, if it doesn't flinch them, it's going to fuck up. What's conserve energy? Decrease stamina consumption temporarily. Okay. Any recommendations that you guys like? Because there's a lot here. We've got a booster glaive. Jesus, the ramp up on that one. The distance on the charge out. Oh, it's got a charge. Ah, that's nice. I don't like its specials though. This one you hold. Nice if you're getting back in, like if you were to dodge back from attack. Yeah, descaling on that one. That's considered Storm Slash? That's not Storm Slash. Oh, that's Storm Slash. I do like the, although it doesn't appear to cause stagger. Yeah, it's got a low stagger quantity to it. So I guess you would want to use the charge for it. Okay. Huh. So if you change the... Where's the whirligig saw? This one? Is this a lamppost? Grabbing the handle of that glaive and trying other blades might be the play. But so does the blade come with the scaling though? Because I liked this acidic curve sword. I'm kind of digging. I'm digging that or the booster glaive. The handle is the scaling and the moveset. So we'd want... is there anything with S scaling? In Smoltivity? A... So let's try pickaxe handle with curved sword blade.
You're here.
Yeah, that's much better reach. Tis a long boy. I was thinking about it, it's very slow. One thing we've noticed, if we're going to move away a little bit.
You're here.
What if we did... where was the booster glaive? Oh, I didn't assemble.
You're here.
Booster glaive. If this has got a B scaling and I put a motivity thing on it, that'll change to A scaling, right? Like, what do we consider to be a good, reasonably quick? Like the baton handle, maybe? I kind of like the booster glaive just to get the... Yeah, that's the problem. I want that dex. The issue I have is the really slow charge attack. We've been punished so many times because some of the enemies we're fighting, or a lot of them now, are just too fast for us to get in the charge attack. You know what I mean? Sorry, we might have to go to, might be worth respecking. Yeah, I made one with the booster glaive. Is it disassembled it now? Yeah, with a baton handle. I do like the storm slash though. I feel like it's much less interruptible. It's very short range though. Yeah, bramble and curved. I don't mind respecking if we have to. Like, I don't really fucking care.
You're here.
Bramble, curved. Oh, just the sword itself. Yeah, just the bramble. Short range. We need to try a few of these. I need to send a lot of upgrade materials, though. That's my fear. What was the dancer's sword like? Oh, I see. A lot of very flashy weapons, yeah. I'm trying to think of them in practical usage. I do like that booster glaive charge. I think I want to try this out. I like this. How do we keep the R2 and maybe mess with the scaling? How do we do that? What combo do we want to try there? I would like to keep Storm Slash in the R2, if possible. And make it into A strength scaling. Can we do that?
You're here. That's a relief.
Or do we just not do that and we keep the weapon as it is and we just respec? Because that'll only change it. That will take us there. Yeah, is it just wiser to just respec to technique? Okay, the handle is the moveset, so it'd keep its R2. Handle is scaling. So, alright. Handle is scaling. So if we did Booster Glaive Blade with a motivity... I already tried this thing, it didn't work. With like a pickaxe handle thing. Oh, I didn't fucking make it. I'm thinking. I'm not tired. I'm thinking. I am actually tired though. You know what? My super cool medical watch approved by doctor's device is now telling me I have a sleep issue. I think when you first get out of the pack, it's like, dude, you're awesome. You're so good to go. And now a few days in, it's like, actually, you kind of, yeah, something's fucking scuffed. No, you can't, Sam. I mean, maybe you can, but the camera can't see.
To ever be created ever in the history of lies of PK.
No, watch. Can I get the charge still? No, you see, I lost the charge R2. Yeah, this is no fucking good, man. I got a Storm Slash, but I lost the leaping R2. Yeah, so I just want to respec into technique. That's what we want to do.
You're here.
I like the glaive in general, so we'll go with that. What's a better glaive, though?
You're here.
I can't really tell the difference between the Smart Life and something else. Alright. Are you doing well, Sam? Now we've finally got an announced raid, sir. I assume maybe we hear from you soon. What? Hmm? PTR time. Dimensius. I am so not hyped for the last boss. Scripe was in here before, Sam, and I was telling Scripe that I'm pretty sure that Dimensius just dies of cardiac arrest. Second to last boss is going to be the hype machine, and the last boss just fucking falls over. Yeah, I already killed Dimensius. I killed Dimensius on a PTR in 2006, dude. Where do we respec again? It was that big fucking shiny room. It's gonna look like we're watching. I think we're gonna be fighting a belly button. I think it's gonna be belly button action. Chapter 7. We need to put a technique thingy
You're here.
on this, don't we? Alter the handle. Overcorrect. Dimensius is a 2000 puller. That would actually be really funny. I would actually be totally okay with that. Alright, where is this fucking place? Chapter 7. The Saintess of Mercy statue. There we go. No, we're gonna. I actually think this raid is. If you want my honest opinion, I think it's gonna be a comedy raid. It's gonna have some really weird puzzle in it that the WoW players have never seen before, and they're gonna be like, "The fuck." Oh shit! Hold on. Can I see my talent points before I do this, please? So we're 25, 15, 27. And we're going to put 14 technique. 25, 15, 27. Okay. I want everything else to stay pretty much the same. Alright, 25, 15, 27. Why is my motivity naturally higher? Did I pick a class or something? Oh, is it because I'm wearing an emblem of motivity? We started with a strength build. Okay. Well, we need 6 points then. I've got a +4 amulet on, but I want the soft cap. Alright, we got a bunch of shit we can add. Alright, we're going to need a lot though. Let's just add some more ergo. What we need 30,000 essentially to finish this off. Close enough. Did I get a technique one? Alright, let's give this a try. If it's bad, we can respec again. Who fucking cares? It don't matter. It don't matter. Okay. Oh, we haven't upgraded the weapon. That would be smart. It'd be nice to be able to change the base class at this point, though. If you pay for a respec, it just sets them all to 0. That'd be nice.
You're here.
Alright, can I get it right? Hopefully I have enough for this. Son of a... Oh, I need ergo. There we go. Alright, we're all set. In before I don't like this after 5 minutes and have to go and respec again. I don't like it. It's no good. I don't like it. I haven't got an issue with strength builds. I just want... I'm going for a piss. I'm going for a fucking piss. Show me the TDP bit about strength build complaints. Show it me, Fox. Let's go. Is this the right way to go? Where are we? Have I been in this room? Is this the elevator room? This new room? Let's try a new weapon out. It definitely doesn't feel bonk bonk. No, that's true. I do like that. My main happiness would change already is the step back charge attack. You know, when they're going for those big swings, being able to step back is nice. Oh, you gotta hold it to get the full charge then. Oh, stamina, 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 stamina. You might want to go with a stamina regen. We definitely hit far weaker. Can't see what it's doing. Fuck. That's the point. We haven't checked quartz in forever. It's still going. Oh, there's one behind me. Oh, fucker. Can you backstab these little pricks? Much more cleave. More cleave than the strength. At least the ones I tried. I think we've missed a few areas. Yeah, we'll check our quartz at the next, oh no. The next bonfire. Is this supposed to be a maze? Oh god, I'm being death gripped from everywhere. Oh my god! Oh, I didn't hear. Can you pack it in? You little dickheads. Jesus Christ, two of these things is the worst. Oh, wait. Ah! Go away, dude. I was checking something over here, I think. Is that where I came from? I don't know where the fuck we're going. This way. Our damage is so much less.
The babies just wanted a hug match. Hope you're enjoying the game overall.
Screw those babies, man. They're bad babies. Thank you for the sub, Jolster. Thank you very much, brother. I do want to go and check my quartz, though, because we could get the second grindstone. Burn, baby! Burn the baby. There's There's a shortcut there.
Hey, you know what you want to do? Do I? Get into farming.
Glad you won't give in, Mike. Thank you all for the great time. Less than 3 cheers and love to all.
Cheers and love, my friend. Cheers and love. I don't know where the fuck we're going. Right, and there was the thingy. Did we go this way? Oh, no we didn't. Aha! I knew it was coming, you little fucker.
My heart is further with every word that passes.
Volty, thank you so much. Thank you, Volty. You legend. Welcome, new subs. No, baby! Bad baby! Get out of there, baby! Having a little tantrum. No tantrums now, baby. Stop gluing your babies to the goddamn ceiling. It's just silly. As a parent, I find it offensive. Take the shortcut though. Just try not to glue your babies to anything, alright? I'm now on ceiling baby watch. This is bait. Oh, I am Shiki, yeah.
Hope you are having a nice day.
Hi. Infighting? What? I've never seen them infight before. God, it's fast. Oh shit! I'm gonna die. Okay, you read that like a fucker. Ugh. One day early? Why? 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 I didn't even feel my finger, like, touch the bottom of the control there before you went, oh, okay, you're doing that? Cool. Where was the ladder? God, I've got to get used to this way less damage. Oh, that was a stagger, surely. Did I not come this way? I did, right? Yeah, was that guy there before? Let's get the loot off this guy before we face Mondo Jackson again. Jesus Christ, these enemies like do very nasty stuff now. Not staggering. Jesus, yeah, a lot of tentacles happening now. Storage device hides secrets. Popular in the upper class. What is that? I don't know what that is. I've used a lot of healing already. Jesus Christ. Go backstab. There he is. Is this a unique property of this enemy to infight? Hello again. Burn for me, baby, burn. Stop being so aggressive. This guy's too many attacks. No flinch. Okay. I guess we're approaching something mega here. This is a lot of big, strong boys protecting wherever we're going. I don't even know where that is. Bonfire. Right, we're back at the beginning. Wait. No, we're not heavy. We've opened a gate, but I don't know where. Let's do a run around. We open this gate. Hold on, buddy. There's a lot of enemies down there. We'll fight you in a bit, bud. What's behind this corner? Is that guy casting magic? Whoa! Whoa! Oh, it's one of the floor dudes. You can seemingly attack out of line of sight. Okay, this is nice. Let's fight over here, shall we? Oh, he didn't body block it! No way! I can't believe they didn't body block that. I dodged in between every single one of his attacks. It was like, okay, that's got to be the last one. That's got to be the last one. That's got to be the last one. Which direction did we go? Fuck, I'm lost. We went through here. And we went down here. And then we went straight ahead, I think. Yeah, because that baby fell on us. And then we went in here. Ecological. Alright, we're back. This feels like a throwable environment. There's a lot of dudes up here. Dude! It is him that's casting the, Did he immune that? No way that landed! Okay, no pause and attack then. That's floor shit, right? Or is that a buff on himself? When does he go? Kind of a chunk of fella. Ooh, body fluids. Nice. Big time liquor. Quartz will do at the next available opportunity. I only have time to do it because of you lovely people, that's all. That's all. It means to an end. It's a circular situation. Up, down, around. Yeah, if you guys could just be like that all the time, that would be super. My instincts tell me down is a shortcut. Yeah, there we go. Let's get the shortcut first. Oh, your lord is coming. Attacking faster than weapon swings. Yeah, dude. What is this? Just not dealing with it. Fuck off. There's no way that's worth it. Are we going back down again now? I just cannot get to there, can I? There's a toxic baby attached to the ceiling. Oh, does this bypass all of that? But there's a chest! God, yeah, it's shiny! Oh, it's shiny things! Oh, look at what it's shiny! Shiny things good! Got a shiny thing! The Red Fox Amulets. Maybe it's good. We picked up a couple of new amulets, actually. Oh! Motivity and technique. We kind of want the Arm of God. We're going to have to get some more capacity. Come on, baby. How much more have we got to go? Fucking hell, it's high up. Alright, why not? I will say with this weapon, our Fable bar seems to fill up considerably quicker. I'll take it. I'll take it. If you're offering it, I'm taking it. Let me see this from the other side, eh? Oh, what's in there? Is there a shortcut nearby? Fucking trolling at this point, I swear to God. Bro, we've walked for miles. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Are we there yet? Another
Imagine
lift.
this man's potential if he wasn't blind.
I love taking every fight, man, but we've been going for ages. Climbing ladders over and over again. Elevators, lifts. I think the last bonfire we went to was at the bottom. Oh, we got one like a midway up, didn't we? I'm not old. I cannot be arsed running all this way back, dude. Right, there's the bonfire. Can we get one more level? Oh, we need 9,000. Gives us 25. Alright, what are we dealing with? I assume it's the dude who was with Simon. Yeah. Looks like my PoE character. The Nexus of all creation. Ooh, nice song. Laxacia the Complete. What up? Okay, delay. That's painful. Still going.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
That's still going? What is that? 10 or 12 goes? We need to... So she's human. Okay. Big delay on that one. Jesus Christ. Oh, I hit the shield. Unlock. Okay, so no backstabbies. Fair. Okay, so she does the big pose, it's a grab. Ah, great shit.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
Very painful. Very painful. All right, let's swap some shiz around. I bet acid is a better grindstone here, right? Without heavy armor. I wonder if she's weaker to acid than fire. Keep that. Let's change that to damage versus humans. And I think stamina is probably going to be quite important here, actually. This boss looks okay, actually. Shamefully, I have to go in a minute. It's team meeting time. We might want to change our arm as well. Oh, no, no. Remember to follow. Now, wait for the delay. Oh, because you just missed. Oh, it's... Okay, it's not just the explosion, it sends the lines out. The acid looks pretty solid, though. Nice hitbox. Oh, she follows up. Okay. Didn't hit you the first time, I'll get you on the second one. Can I have a stamp? This might end up being my favourite boss. Everything's got a proper tell. She's got some big slows and big heavies, but they're very well telegraphed. I actually like this a lot. This is much more like it. Yeah, I know, I just said. But this one more pull and then... I know. Chris is trying to spoil the fun. I'm now waiting for the delay too long. Can I... Okay, just don't be near the epicenter of that, or maybe dodge through it. You can strafe her as well. Love that. Thought I timed that right, didn't it? Oh, not seen that one. The grab. Oh, she does it 3 times! Okay. What? Oh, I see. I don't like playing by your own rules game, do you, really? Doesn't suit you. Oh. That's kind of what I confirmed is a P2. Confirmed. Lads!
Oh, Simon.
Is she a puppet? I'm guessing so. We'll have to change our thingy. Is she a carcass then? Anyone know if she classed as human or carcass?
To protect this tower.
The fuck? Oh, what? Genichiro? Genichiro? Oh my god. Kind of spectacular. This is a massive step up from most of the other bosses. Practically all of them. This is great. This is so much better. That was well telegraphed. I saw how it worked. Managed to counter it when it was happening. Alright, this is our morning then. This is our morning. This is much more fucking like it. This is really up there. Much more like it. Way better. I don't know what they... it's... Again, it's a roller coaster game, man. It's really all over the place. When's the live letter? I'm not sure. We'll have a busy day tomorrow. Very busy day, but we'll kick off with that. It's not the right British attitude. This is much more like it. I wish they would stop doing the we don't want you to get the riposte when you earned it. That I don't like. I think it's silly. But other than that, that's like a minor complaint. It's 3 hours into the stream. Plenty of time to kill it, right? Magnifique. Right, I've got my team meeting with my guys to sort out what we're doing. Well, you guys know what we've been working... Well, you don't know. You don't know what we've been working on for the past little while. But everyone's working on something for you for our end of year. So... It's time for me to check in the team. So I'll see you all in the morning. Be good, be awesome. And I'll see you then. Bye.